Video. They have not joined, no?
No, a pollen is there, I think. That's okay, no problem. You can check. But I'll tell Manju.
Good morning, students. Hope we are all audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So all those who are feeling like if it is difficult to join the Google Meet, I shared in the chat box the YouTube link, requesting all of you to join. Students who are not able to join in Google Meet, Hello. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, ma'am. Good
Sorry for the inconvenience. We will be starting very soon. A very good morning, Pauline ma'am. We'll start the session in another 5 minutes.
morning. Yeah.
So we are
thank you.
checking the audio. Can we speak few words? Like,
Okay. Am I audible?
yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ma'am, can you please on the video, ma'am?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. It's clear.
Okay.
Hello everyone, we will be starting the session very soon.
No. Audio, see, it's unmuted.
Unmuted only.
Unmuted.
From their end,
विजय थोड़ा अनम्यूट करो
unmute है वहाँ से?
अनम्यूट ही है अनम्यूट है सबका
Hello, everyone.
Yeah. Now.
We will be starting the session very soon.
ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಹೋದ್ರು ನೋಡಿ ಅದು ಎಕೋ ಬರ್ತಾನೆ. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to today's webinar on World Health Day, the theme about My Health, My Right. My name is Monisha, Assistant Professor, Banaswari Group of Institution. Joining with me today, Dr. Nitya PV, Assistant Professor, Sri Raghavendra College of Pharmacy. We will be hosting today's webinar, and I'm honored to welcome our respected Chairman, Mr. Sanjeev Chincholi, Sir, and CEO, Mrs. Upasana Chincholi, and Principals of Nursing Department and Principal of Pharmacy, Mrs. Purvi Neema.
Good morning all. So today we will be discussing on the World Health Day theme 2024, My Health, My Right, which is a subject that I'm very passionate about. Many people struggling with the challenges with lifestyle diseases like diabetes, hypertension, obesity, etc. So here we are to share some insight and solutions that can help you to overcome the obstacles.
Let me give a brief description on World Health Day. April 7th of each year, celebration of World Health Day. From its inception at the first Health Assembly in 1948 and since taking effect in 1950. This day marks the anniversary of the foundation of WHO in 1948. The celebration has aimed to create awareness of a specific health theme to highlight a priority area of concern for the World Health Organization. Over the past 50 years, this has brought to the light maternal, and child care, and climate change. The celebration is marked by activities which extend beyond the day itself and serves as an opportunity to focus worldwide attention on this important aspects of global health. Around the world, the right to health of millions is increasingly coming under threat. Diseases
breakfast. It is like eat in the night, or they don't eat in the morning. They eat only in the afternoon and night. They used to leave one of the food, whatever, however rich they are, because they have come up in such a way that they're used to this kind of lifestyle. But hunger has taught them a lesson. Okay, so that they sacrifice themselves, but it is not everywhere true. Some of the countries are still struggling and not having food. Many children we have seen now are struggling with health problems, and also they have all the malnutrition kind of diseases. That's why I think we have chosen the topic of nutrition, and also the cancer awareness program, which is very very important and we are not aware of. And the other one is on the trending health related topics. Okay, now psychological distress is something that I've already spoken about, which is very very important that all of us think it is a social stigma discussing each other. Now the third one is, we all know, all of us know, we have no clean air. Okay, but still we do not plant a single tree in front of a house. We all want a tree to keep a vehicle below the tree, to have a shade for a vehicle. We all need to sit under it. We all need fresh air. We all need fruits. Everything is required from the greenery or from the environment, but we don't plant a tree. So this is a disaster actually that we can see, and we expect to have a good climate, which is not true. That is why we don't have a even a water, clean water. I think you all know that from past 1 week, the cholera is trending, and it is responsibility of each one of us to take care of our health, because this has become a trending issue in Bangalore now. So there is no clean environment itself, because who are the spoilers? It is we. We have not taken care of the health. We have not taken care of the environment, and that's why we struggle. And there is we cannot say that my health is my right. When we also contribute to the environment, then I can proudly say my health is my right. Okay. Now, not only government and the social groups taking up all this. Okay, now we have seen government has to take care, and 140 countries WHO has chosen to give a good health, good environment, everything. But it is each one's responsibility as a health personals, like maybe from pharmacy, maybe from nursing, or from maybe from any other health department. It is our responsibility to teach on these kind of main topics, especially on our health, about our health, and also about the clean environment. You can see now the plastic usage also has become a higher reason for not having a clean environment. All our soil is spoiled. You can see even the animals eat the same thing, whatever we throw, and there also we don't get a good fruit or a good, whatever you eat is not good and not organic, because everywhere it is chemicals. So this is why we say we have to take care of the environment, and then environment will take care of us, and we have a right to live. Okay, so I've already said why the theme was chosen to champion this right of everyone and everywhere. It is not only in India, not only in Bangalore, but it is everywhere throughout the world, that we have to give right to choose their own life and their own health. Okay, so what is this main reason? How can we do this? By giving good quality health services, by giving education, which we are doing it right now, and your college has really done a wonderful job by having this seminar of today, and also to give a right information to the people. So you get a right information, and you have to also help others to live their own life. So safe drinking water, clean air, good nutrition, quality housing, and decent working and environmental condition. Decent working and environmental condition is put up only to reduce the stress and to have a good mental health here. This we have to be very, very clear of. Okay. And freedom from discrimination, which is very, very important. See, all of us may have multiple, skin shades or colors, but all our blood is red. I don't think anybody can neglect that or say that it is not red. Okay, so every living human being has their quality of life to live. Do not discriminate each other, and everyone is created by God with the red blood. That is one thing that is common to everyone. Yeah. Next, what are the key messages? Now, knowing your health is your right, and you have the right to safe quality care without discrimination. We have already spoken. Safe quality care is one is self care that you have to take off, and also to your family members. Now, I think all of you are aware to have the safe quality care, the financial might be a problem, but we also have to be very, very, cautious and be thinking of it's not the organization that helps us, it is we who have to help each other or self help. Okay, now one thing which I've learned from sidecare, a good thing from our CEO, is having a personal insurance. We all think that wherever we work or wherever we study, this organization should give us insurance. Of course, yes, I'm not saying no, but it is your health, your right. So you have to have your own insurance program. What happens once you leave from the organization and go to other organization? Now, you might be studying for 3 years or 4 years in your organization, right? But once you leave, your health insurance, whatever is there, will go off. Okay. Now, by chance you have any, health issues when you join a new organization, and now you don't have a, a coverage because your insurance, what was there previously, is already gone. Now you have to step into a new organization where you may not get full coverage with your insurance until it is 3 to 6 months. So you and your family again will suffer, and you will not take your treatment properly. Okay. And now the other thing is, when you have your own insurance, wherever you go on, you have the insurance with you, and you can claim your health properly. Health schemes will help you to take a quality of care. And the other thing is privacy and confidentiality of your health information, which is very important. What happens is, like, always we think, if I am a person with health and I have a good life, I'm full okay. That is true. Nothing matters. Maybe your money, maybe your friends, family. Nothing matters in front of your health. Your health is you. Nobody can change and do anything. So you have to be very, very cautious when you are undergoing stress, when you are in the pain, when you know that you have to address certain things about your health. Please, please, please meet the doctor, take a right decision at the right time. Confidentiality, why I speak about here privacy and confidentiality is, multiple times when we have stress and tension, and we have troubles, we do not access health, we do not access mental health. We fail to go to the doctor. We think it is only a psychiatric problem. We think it is only abnormal people go to a psychiatrist. Definitely not. Psychology and psychiatry is part of your health, which is very important. Once you have a mental health, you also can all sustain with your other health deals, other health problems. If you're not able to control your own mental state, then it is very, very difficult to monitor your own health. So it is very very much important and required, because I have seen many people, when we undergo stress, you don't even share pain, you take it for yourself, and finally there is a stage. Everything has an end point. So when the stage comes that you cannot tolerate, you go into a depression. Okay. And then, not only spoiling your own health, but also becomes a burden to the family. Please understand. So whenever you have stress, whenever you feel that you have a friend or a good partner, good teacher, whoever it is, share your feelings, take their advice, go to the psychiatrist or a psychologist. It is nothing wrong there. No social stigma should be connected with your mental health, because we always think, when I say somebody to go to Nimhans, definitely you'll all think, Nimhans, I'm not a mad person. It is not because of madness that you go to Nimhans. It is because of your health. that you go. It is when you don't go, it is your madness that you prove yourself. Okay, so please take care of your health with method, especially of mental health. Go show it to the doctor. Have a sound mind. When you have a sound mind, your health, your body will be fit. Okay, so that is why we say privacy and confidentiality. You need not share to every person whom you meet. Okay, have your own, legacy. Go to the person whoever you trust and take the health guidance. Okay, and next is, and definitely I'm sure when you go to a psychiatrist, there is a confidentiality and privacy of a person maintained very well than any other organizations you go, or than any other doctors that you can really approach. And the other thing is informed consent. We have already seen in the video. This has become another issue everywhere. Consenting for any procedure, any surgery, or anything that is for the treatment itself is important. Happens in most of the hospitals or most of the families, I can say, more than a person himself who is suffering, the family takes the decision or the doctor takes the decision. No, it is your right to consent unless and until it is a minor or a person, then you other persons can take the responsibility. Otherwise it's purely individual's responsibility to consent, not the family, not the doctor. So be firm, tell everybody, no, it is my health. I know what has to be done. I know what has to be told to a doctor. Because we have seen in many of the hospitals, when we go, they always share. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, audible.
Okay.
Team is.
Yeah. We always say that, um, it is not my, I don't have headache, I don't have backache, and the person who is next to us will share, start telling us, like for example, when you go to a see a doctor, you have some pain, and maybe it's because of your stress, your pain is increased all the more, but you are not able to tell in front of the family because the person who is with you itself might stress you too much. So you should always take a privacy and tell them, can you step out, I will speak to a doctor, I will take a proper information and then consent for your treatment. Okay, and bodily autonomy and integrity, we have already spoken. Exercises is very, very important. Okay, so exercise matters a lot for your body as well as for your health. So both together it gives us holistic health for you. That means body, mind, and also your soul, that is your inner peace, will be always there. So we have already spoken, protect your health as a basic human right. Do not depend on anybody. And the other thing is, promote right to health as an intrinsic pillar of your broader human rights. That means maybe your self. Okay, like for example, taking care of your own body, taking care of the surrounding environment, having a clean and good stay wherever you stay. Like I have seen some of the families, you have a house, maybe a small or a big house, or smaller doesn't matter, keeping the windows open in the day, and allowing the fresh air to come inside is very, very important. Few people will never open the windows at all. Okay, it's not because of AC. Some people will not even have AC, but opening windows and allowing the fresh air is very, very important in the houses, which is very, very less what I've seen. And no sunlight. Do not cover your windows with all the pictures and clothing. Please let the, God has provided us such a beautiful environment. Let us allow the natural light and the natural air to come inside our house, so that there is a clean environment within ourselves. And then the other thing is, another intrinsic factor that we helps us also to have a clean water. Clean water is very, very important, because we need to drink whatever water we get. Not everything which has Bisleri or Aquafina is clean water. We don't know. Okay, most of the time, we use plastic bottles and we throw without even crushing it, or we just drink and pour it down the dustbins. It can be recycled or it can be reused. We do not know. And anybody can have a seal nowadays. Sealed bottles you get anywhere. We don't know how far it is really clean. So please, wherever you go, carry a small pot of water, maybe at least 500 ml of water. If you want more, yes, you can buy. I'm not saying no. What happens is olden days, not only olden days, if you go to your neighboring, small slum areas, these children, whatever water they drink, they do not have any health issues when they drink from the environment. You know why? Because the people or children who drink from anything, whatever they get, they are resistant for any kind of diseases because they're used to drinking. And when we drink all this sterile thing, the natural substances or natural organisms that has to be there in the water bottles are not there, or in the that has to which helps us maybe in the digestive system, it will not be there. Everything becomes sterile. Even in the gut, I have seen earlier, we all used to have gut. I'm not saying no, but then the natural organism that has to be in the gut is not there now. We take a probiotic, thing to eat, and we sustain our health, which is really not good. We also speak about all the fruits and vegetables, but everywhere it is, or it is not organic. Organic is doesn't mean that get from the farm and eat, but you should also see that there is no chemicals utilized there, or no other pesticides are used for this growth of these fruits and vegetables. We speak everything about organic, but we really do not know how far it is organic. It's really important. So all this intrinsic pillar can be solved in our own family. If you have a small place, you can also put up some or some, maybe your coriander leaves at least. Okay, all the small things, if you are interested, you can make a difference in the environment. When you do all the small things, I think there is a lot of difference in your own surrounding, which will also help to have your basic health. Okay, and champion health is a priority, which I've already spoken. Health is nothing that you have to play around. Once you spoil your health, it is very difficult to get back. I know, as a cancer survivor, how difficult it is to get back to your health. Okay, whatever said and done, however courageous you are, still you will have that in your mind that you have lost your own good health. Definitely it will be there. So there are some who are really privileged to have a good health, and please maintain that good health. And not everyone will get this opportunity, but again, despite maintaining so much health, you might have some negativity, or definitely you'll have some drawbacks to lose your good health. But doesn't matter, do not take it in a negative sense. Okay, do not pressurize yourself. If it is, if you know that is the right thing to your to maintain your health, do not worry, take it forward. Pray well, which is very very important. Praying and being in a community of the prayer, or a spiritual health, also a spiritual needs of a person is also very important. Okay, not everyone has this. Not everyone has this. Some people also think self is not good, or going to a temple or going to a temple or so you give your positivity to everyone. The person around you also feel happy. That means you have your health and you're helping others also to lead their own health. So that is very, very important. Okay. So spiritual health is important. Okay. Praying is important. Exercising is important. Sleeping is important. Eating is important. everybody and not comfortable also. One way it is good because the other person might think it in another way and it's a person who has shared it. But speaking self also will help you to have a good mental health. Okay. Now some have the habit of writing a diary. They may not want to speak to anybody, but maintaining a diary and writing their details is very good because it also helps to have your good mental health. Or some people also might think that going to for a walk or being in the water water side lake, or going in the park, being around the greenery also contribute, you know to a good health. I've seen, I think when we were children also we used to speak to plants. We used to tell that I'm a teacher, you please listen, all those. And that is not bad thing, you know that is important. Nowadays you don't see children speaking all this. They just play with the mobiles. This is, we have, helped them to lose their help. I think almost all of you have a phone, mobile phones, which is not really good to use it always. Sometimes we should be away from it. Make in a month, one day, take a decision. Yes, I'll not be, using mobile phones today. One day, nothing is going to, lose. You are going to gain more of mental health and mental peace one day away from phone. If you need anything, okay, you can also keep it silent. If there is anything, you can ask your friend, please help me today, I'm not going to use phone. Tomorrow you will not use phone. So not only your health, even other person's health also, you are helping to maintain that health. Being away is from phone and social media is very I think nowadays it is required, and it also helps you to lead a good life. Okay. So which we see very rare. No, nobody would like to be away from phone a second also, but you can be away from your parents, you can be away from your friends, not from phone, which is not right, really right. Okay. So mobile has a good and bad things. Not only mobile, even social media, both, good and bad. But too much usage also will spoil your health. Okay. Maybe your neck, what you always bend and see, you may not know now. Future, maybe in another 5 or 10 years you might have that severe pain, and which you will not know for having it. Seriously, you will never know. But maybe because of the radiation that emits, we don't think, we are scared to stand when the person takes x-ray, right, of the patient. Okay, exposure might be very less. Okay, but what we use phone every day is the exposure might be high, which we do not know. We are really, ignorant about all this. Okay, so all this is also priority that we need to keep, because when we make a time plan and schedule your own plan, what sacrifices, this is not a sacrifice, this is for your own sake you're doing. Okay. Yesterday I have read one of my friend's status. She said, she was also speaking to me and telling, have you seen this? She said on a status, being near the water or a fresh lake or a, sea, it gives a sea, greenery. It gives a peace. It gives a you can see different green. It is not a single green. You cannot. So that is the, environment that is giving us. That is the positivity that we have to grab from the environment. Whatever to also be peaceful, to lead a peaceful life. Same way, we have to learn. We will close this session because I don't think there is much more that we can speak on. One is spiritual. What we have spoken already is on our own body self, that is doing by exercise and nutrition, which will be dealt by one of our colleague. And the other thing is on mental health, which is very important. We have also scheduled, I think Ma'am Upasana also knows about it, and she has planned for a next session on this, maybe in day or some other day. forthcoming days. Have a good access with your friends, family, and do not consider it as a social stigma. Okay. Any doubt? Any questions? Any questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, please.
Ma'am, in the past we saw one video that unsafe, that rural peoples, that
Yeah.
the
You
rural
want
place they are suffering so many type of health problem, nutritional, not proper hygienic, pollution, water pollution, air pollution. So how can manage or how can them to health education from prevent some type of means
how can we help them by giving health education, is it?
how can I help them?
Yeah, you
For
yourself.
what is the right for them? Because some political issue is there and something is there, they're not tell their right, not able to tell their right. So what is
Exactly.
the assessment for them?
Yeah, yeah, it's a right and nice question that you've asked, Vipin. Thank you for asking this question. So, see, what happens here is definitely, as you said, even in our own, it's not only abroad, even in our own state, even in our own country, we see these political issues around, and people struggling to have their own health. That's why I said if you have your own insurance, and now government is also helping us to have a Ayushman Bharat, where every person should have their right to get their good health. Okay, so that will also help. And the other thing is your good communication. You know, I think as a nursing staff and as a pharmacy, when we have these kind of educational program, even in medical health, they have started now 1 year of internship in a community group. Okay, so your dedication to community group, being there with them, helping them sort out, will definitely make a major difference in them. We need not go there to their place and give them some education. Instead, I think as a nursing professional, during your student period, you must have gone, taught them how to create the nutritious diet, taught them on health hygiene. Is it not? Now, everywhere mobiles are accessible. Yes, Bipin, can you hear
Yes,
me?
ma'am.
Yeah. So we can also,
Yes, ma'am.
we can also share the good thoughts to everybody. We can share the videos, few small videos. You can play on your status. Anybody can, see those. Is it not? Health is their own right. That is how you have to tell them how to go to a doctor. They may not know whether we should go to a doctor or not go to a doctor or meet somebody. So that is your responsibility as a human being to take them forward. Okay, so health education plays a main role. I think also government also is helping us with the many other plans and schemes that is coming up nowadays to access their own right or access their own health. And as you said, political issues are there everywhere. It is not only in in those developing countries. Even in the developed countries, they have a political issue. But here, political issues should not be a major reason for not having a good health. Okay, as I said, in your own environment, wherever you live, okay, create a peaceful environment. That is, your mental and your exercises all will help you to have a good mental and physical health. I think that itself is enough. And when you take to them to a doctor, definitely they will also get a good health. For example, you might say, now I'm in a village, ma'am, how will I take to a doctor? Is it not? You may not have a good access there. Is it not? That is your question, is it?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Now, not everyone is so selfish, is it not? All anybody in that hospital might help you. You should know whom to approach. Okay, so it is
Yes, ma'am.
as a health professional, you can help, or you can also ask so one of your family friends to help them if you know such kind of cases are available.
Yes, ma'am.
See, other thing is what I said: safe environment, clean water. It is all your thing that you should keep around clean, tidy, neat. That's why I said keep your windows open. Let the air, fresh light come up, and also boiling water and drinking it, not always distillery water or I mean, notice that bottled water is clean and safe. No, definitely not. Any other
Thank you,
questions?
ma'am.
Am I answered, Dipin?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Students, please do feel free to ask questions. This is your time.
Monica, you said no. Ma'am, Caitlin is around?
Yes, ma'am, she's
Okay.
here.
Ma'am, do pharmacy students also have community postings like what we have for nursing and medical?
No, madam, no.
Okay. I think you can also take them once around to some of the communities with our nursing students so that they also know what is the real challenge in the community or in the village.
Madam,
Okay.
actually, they are having internship in diploma in pharmacy and doctorate in pharmacy departments.
Yeah, internship is in the hospital, not in the
Hospital,
submission.
community pharmacy also they can.
Yeah, I think that is very good because once they go around, they know really what is happening around.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Thank you, madam.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Any questions, students?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, uh, I see in village area what the staying there, they have no disease. But what the staying is area, the city, they have more disease. But a village area, what the staying there use the same water that pond. What is that? They use that water. They bathing. Okay, the village area. But what the staying that rural, sorry, urban area, they are suffering more.
Yes,
Their
of course.
disease
That's
is more.
exactly agreed, Vipin. You know why it is? Because in the village you don't have pollution. You have fresh trees. You have fresh fruits. No chemicals. Okay, and as I said, water also is clean, even though you use that water, same water for bath and everything, because it is a clean flowing water. Here, you dump it in one tank, and a stagnated water you drink, and you think it is a clean water. You have all these algae growing. If you open few of the tanks, your own hostel tanks or your house, you see urban areas. If you open the tanks, you can see so much of algae grown inside. Frogs will be there, cockroaches will be there, everything will be there. But it is not in same in the villages.
Yes, ma'am.
Here you can see only buildings and pollution. A recent study says that Bangalore was called as the garden city. No, now it is not. I think it is only 15 to 18% of the environment is with green. Otherwise, it is full of buildings. It is not anymore called as garden city.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Any other
Any other
questions?
questions, students?
Was I clear?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am, it's clear.
Hello, ma'am. Rajaram here. I just want to ask you one thing. Like, we are giving so many health education to everyone. Still in urban, like city area, we are getting so many pollution. So we are getting lots of health problem. Still, like I want to tell that so students are there, like to whom that young generation we want to tell them about their health, but they are taking like bad foods, they are drinking alcohols and smoking all those things. In student life we'll see these things are more, then we are lacking somewhere that we are not giving proper education to them.
It's not true. See, we give enough education. It is up to them how to take it in a positive sense. That is why this year's theme is my health, my right, to make everyone understand what is important for you to have a healthy life and a healthy body, mind, soul, everything.
Wholesome.
Being
Yes.
students, it's your
Even,
responsibility to get away from all this.
yes,
Yes.
that even that education is being given by WHO, and they give access to everybody so that they know what is good for them and what is bad. It is being taught. Even parents teach them. Earlier, we used to see so many wells. Now, I don't think any people can see well. It is only bore wells now. Even that is also not available anywhere now. Water is not there anywhere. See, you all know destructed.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. See, you
But
try to
I
give.
want to tell you one thing, ma'am. From our
Yeah.
political side, also they should take some decision for all those things.
Who is
So they are
who?
also selling all those things, no, ma'am.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not saying no, but who is this political person? It is we only, no. What does our democracy say? For the people, by the people, and of the people. That is we.
Correct, ma'am.
Okay. Maybe they are not aware. They are ignorant, or they are trying to make much possibility for us, which we are not utilizing, and we tend to take on the other side itself. Okay. Now, for example, okay, some governments or some politicians might want to have a greenery around it, and they plant tree. But what are they doing? Plant a tree or a plant a small vegetables, whatever it is around you. They give fresh air. I think there is a nice concept in every house in India that we have to have a tulsi plant. Is it not? Yes or no? It
Yes,
may
ma'am.
be.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. When we say tulsi plant, it might be you say it is a different cultural program. Culture that they have to have, or different caste will have this thing. No, every house will have a tulsi plant. Correct? You know why it is? Tulsi plant gives more of oxygen. That is what they say scientifically. And we get a fresh air, environment.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Okay then, Monisha, thanks. I think yeah, we have given.
Hello, good morning, ma'am.
Yeah, good morning.
This is Paromita Bhattacharya from Site Care.
Hmm.
Yeah, ma'am, I want to ask that in the urban area, they are very concerned about the mental health. But whereas in rural area, they don't take mental health seriously.
Hmm.
If someone is depressed or facing anxiety, they will take them to some ochas and all, but not think about the real issues.
Hmm. Hmm.
And I think in India also now we are giving importance to mental health, but in some places still now mental health is not a subject topic that people used to discuss.
Yeah, that's why I said earlier, first in the beginning itself, mental health is always considered as a social stigma. Okay, in the villages it's more common because they think that it is due to some of the spiritual issue. Okay, or maybe some of the due to some of the devils and all those things, and they do puja, but again they approach the spiritual health there. Is it not? Whatever said and done, still they go to pandit or they go to temple, do some puja and get that peace of mind. Okay, but awareness among them.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, giving awareness to those people and bringing them to the right hospital to have a right treatment is a responsibility of our as individuals.
Thank
That
you,
is
ma'am.
why we have for so many community health nursing. I think even Karnataka government has had nurses themselves deployed as a doctors. Also after BSc, they are considered as some clinicians in few of the villages, only because to raise the awareness of all this. And putting the postures, government is definitely doing a lot of work, putting some postures, even advertisements. It's all because people should understand their health. Even in the cinema theaters, I think if they go, you can see some advertisements are related to health, not anything beyond that.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah,
Here,
thank
I am immensely thankful to Ms. Apolline Teresa, madam, for your effort towards presenting today's webinar with your own ideas and elegance of explanation in everything. And it was amazing, madam. And I need to mention my deepest sense of appreciation from my side and from our whole team, ma'am. Thank you for joining with us, ma'am.
Thank you so
you.
much.
Thank you so much for giving me opportunity, and it's my pleasure. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
I'll just move on to Taya. She's here
Yes,
along with us. So can she start? You just
we'll
start.
start. Yes.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Ma'am, screen will come.
Next, I would like to introduce Ms. Taya Nachibra, madam, who is an associate manager, Site Care Hospital in the Department of Hogwarts Nutrition. And she had done her education and diploma healthcare management from Bharatiya University, BSc in clinical nutrition and dietetics in Ethiraj College of Arts and Science, MSc in clinical nutrition from PSG College of Arts and Science, Bharatiya University, and certificate course in yoga therapy from Bharatiya University. And she had a total experience of 9 years in Dr. Mohan Diabetes Specialty Hospital, Chennai, and Indian Council of Medical Research in Iceland, and BGS Global her achievements in spiritual spearheaded workshop on healthy eating across Andaman and Nicobar Police Department for 7 months, conducted public awareness campaigns on wellness that impact over 3,000 residents, and she had revised the diet menus to over 100 patients across to all forms of transplant, excluding rights transplantation. She had a member of Indian Dietitian Associations. We welcome you, ma'am. Is it audible?
Yeah, hi Monisha. Team. Yeah, it was audible. So just give me a 5 minutes time. So happy World Health Day to everyone, and hope this year theme will help everyone taking their rights and right to choose and choosing a right thing for your health. That will help. Okay, so make sure that you choose a right one. Okay, so just give me 2 to 3 minutes. I will present the PPT. Okay.
Sure, sure, ma'am.
Sure, ma'am.
Yeah, Shri, can you please?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so shall I
Yes,
Ma'am,
ma'am.
I'm sure.
have you ever heard about health or nutrition before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, still start from the scratch. So first I'll talk about what is health. Okay, so health is basically like actually everyone feels that if you're physically fit, you're very healthy, but it's not that. Health health actually is a state of complete physical, mental, and the social. Okay, is also you have to be fit enough to tell yourself that you're healthy. Okay, so this is being defined by what is health.
Yes, ma'am.
So next I'll tell you nutrition. Okay, which is very, very, very important now in this scenario. Okay, so mainly what is nutrition?
Yes, ma'am. Nutrition, whatever things they provide that provide energy.
Correct. It is like a fuel. Whatever we eat, we gain fuel out of it. So we get energy. So if you're not eating anything, will you get energy? If you're on
No, ma'am.
fasting, yeah, it's the same thing like how a car or a two-wheeler doesn't work without petrol or a gas or electricity. The same way, for us, the fuel is the food, whatever we eat. Okay. So we need to replace the nutrients in our bodies with a new supply every day. So if we are eating any food, so that will give you more nutrients and will give you energy also for your whole day. Am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
So these are a few nutrient requirements which I will talk to you in detail in the coming slides. Okay. So this is the
Yes, ma'am.
first one. Okay. So the first most important nutrient requirement is carbohydrates. Have you heard about carbohydrates before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So carbohydrates, you have something called as simple carbs. Another one is the complex carbs. Okay. Simple carbs, as I'm very specific with the pictures, so you can know so where what is simple carbs and what is complex carb by seeing the pictures. You can easily identify them. So now you tell me whether simple carbs are good or complex carbs are good. Looking into the pictures.
Complex.
Complex. Why?
Ma'am,
No, I'm
I think,
looking this.
students, is it visible for you all?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
You feel that complex
Carbohydrate. Oh, good.
are good.
Complex. Everything is
Okay, I'll see. Complex carbs are nothing but they are
digest
high in
slowly and
fiber.
provide glucose.
Yeah, it is. It has. They all are high in fiber. Okay, so these fiber-rich foods give you a slow digestion process and slow release of energy when compared to simple carbs. Okay, simple carbs are nothing but all are junk foods. Okay, as you can see, carbonated beverages, your chips, your pastas, your cookies, which is too much loaded with lot of sugars. Okay, so whenever, see, for example, I'll give you a best example. When you feel dizzy, for example, you have been in the sun because now the temperature is also very high. and you feel low, right? When you have not had anything. So when you're feeling weak, what you will pop in first? What you will pop in? You will always try to have any candies or some sweet or any drink which is rich in sugar.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So
Yes,
why
ma'am.
that? When you have that, immediately the things get converted to energy. The sugar converted to energy. That is the main reason the simple carbs are instant. In the sense, immediately converted to energy. Okay, so these simple carbs are not good for us. Why? Because whatever you have, okay, immediately that is converted to energy. And if we are not physically active, everything gets converted as fat in our body. Okay, and when compared to complex carbs, why it is good? Because it is high in fiber and other nutrients also. So there will be a slow release of carbohydrates, and the storage as fat is very less in the complex carbs. Understood, guys?
Yes, ma'am.
Team, are you clear with the simple carbs and complex carbs?
Yes, ma'am.
So now you must be very clear in selecting your foods when it comes to carbohydrates. Okay, so carbohydrate, everyone are clear with that?
Yes, ma'am.
So this might be a very highlighted topic because nowadays everybody are so used to gym, bodybuilding and other things. And I know it is a trend now that people want to go for a high protein diet and things. Am I right? How many of you go
Yes,
for a
ma'am.
high protein diet, or who prefers or who follows a high protein diet?
No, ma'am.
No, okay, fine. So you see, that's why I have given it very clear because everyone will be vegetarian and some is non-vegetarian. So I wanted to be very clear with the plant-based protein and an animal-based protein. Okay, that's why I have given it like this. Okay, and most important that it is not necessary that we should always have a very high protein diet. Okay, so we should have a proper diet which is vitamins and minerals. It's not that ki we have to have only more of protein based diet. That is again not good. Okay, so for the plant based, it's all like chickpea, oats, tofu. You have quinoa, lentils, or your normal dals, whatever you have with lot of nuts, avocados. All these things are plant based. Soya, okay. So all those are plant based, and people who are having both can always go for non-vegetarian source also. Okay, so like eggs, milk and milk products, cheese, and all other non-veg sources, chicken, fish, mutton. Okay, so you're clear with the protein based, plant and animal based protein.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, any doubts in So next, moving on to fat. So this is also a very important topic because everybody feels that fat is only bad, but there's something called as good fat also, but which we most of them we tend to ignore, or we don't tend to like, which are high in good fat. Okay. So here also I made it very clear that you know what is bad fat and good fat. Okay, there is something called as omega-3 fatty acid, which our body doesn't produce, and which is a very good fat. So we have to take it from outside. The outside sources are like fish, that is your salmon or tuna. You get a lot of omega-3, and the smaller fishes are tend to, when compared to the bigger fishes, and all these seeds, nuts. Okay, our oils, oils like rice bran, soya bean oil, all these are rich in omega 3 fatty acid. Okay, your peanut butter, avocado, tofu, all those things are good fat. Okay, you get a lot of good fat, especially avocados. Do you know what avocados are? Avocados are nothing but butter fruit. So all avocados and all, now it's a season, so definitely if you can have few avocados in the season, it will be always a great help because it has a lot of good fat. Any other fruit or vegetable doesn't have. Okay, so good fat comes from all these things whichever I have mentioned you. Okay, try to have oil change good and the bad composition accordingly. We won't be stuck with one composition of oils. Okay, so for example, if you have
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Next is vitamins. Okay. So you're clear with
ಮಾಡಲಿ
carbohydrate, fiber. These are the four most important macronutrients. Now we are moving to micronutrients, which is also very important, but we require in a smaller quantity. Okay, so the first topic will be vitamins. So these vitamins, what I have displayed here, A, D, E, and K, all are fat soluble vitamins. So for these vitamins to get absorbed in the body, we require some amount of fat. So that we obviously will have in plenty, right? Everyone has a storage of fat.
Yes, ma'am.
Very sure we will have extra fat for the vitamins to get absorbed, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So the first one
Yes,
is
ma'am.
vitamin A are also good for your vision, reproductive system, bone health, immune system, and skin. Will you have that, your parents telling that eat carrot when you were small because of vitamin A? Have you heard?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
that is what
Yes, ma'am.
usually what we hear when our parents say, right? So that is true. Okay, so vitamin A is very good for your vision. Okay, next is vitamin D. Vitamin D, the best example or the best source of vitamin D, can anyone tell? Natural source?
Sunlight.
sunlight.
Yes, it is sunlight. So how many of you expose yourself to sunlight?
Everyone.
Every timing.
People they'll get.
Okay. So expose yourself for vitamin D is a best sunlight is the best source of vitamin D, strengthening of your bone, calcium absorption, and your immune system. And guys, most important is vitamin D is also very important for your so there are few things which goes hand in hand. So definitely the main source is very important, like vitamin D. If you don't have vitamin D, you will end up having all the skin issues and the calcium absorption issues. Okay,
Okay, ma'am.
so which is very
Yes, ma'am.
important. And nowadays, what I see in the youngsters is all are deficient of vitamin D. You will see minimum of above 30 in a vitamin D. I hardly see, people who will be above 30. So it will be all below 20, 18, 8. I have seen single digits also in when it comes to vitamin D. Okay, so please expose yourself in the morning or go for a night walk in the morning where you will get vitamin D also, and your stress levels, and you're physically active as well. And it flushes a lot of toxins from your body. So all your nuts, avocados, everything all will be rich in vitamin E. How many of you take this Evian tablets, capsules? Have you heard about Evian?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, many of them will be having. So it is all for your vitamin E they have. Okay, so make sure that you take from your natural source only. All your nuts, avocados, all these things will have vitamin E. Next is vitamin K. So it is for your bone health and your blood pressure. Okay, vitamin K, you have to go for all your green leafy vegetables, your broccoli, and all the anything which is green will have more of vitamin K. Okay, So make sure that if we require all the vitamins and minerals in our diet, we should include all the fruits and vegetable, all the, there should be a proper balance overall. Then only we get all the nutrients, vitamins, everything in our diet. Okay?
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah. So fat soluble vitamins all are clear with?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay, so next we will move with water soluble vitamins. Okay, so water soluble vitamins, in this, the most important thing will be, will be folate, B12, and vitamin C. Most important. See, everything is important, but the proportions of water soluble vitamins are very less. We use very small quantity. Okay, so for and girls majorly we require good amount of folate. Okay, so folate will be from all your green leafy vegetables, your nuts, everything will have folate. Your non-vegetarian source and everything, you will get folate. Okay, and this thiamine, riboflavin, and everything you get from your cereals. Okay, and most important is vitamin C. Why? Can anyone tell me why vitamin C is
For
important?
immunity, ma'am.
Yes, very good. So, but yeah, we require a good amount of immunity, and for that, definitely we have to have good source of vitamin C. And all the sources of vitamin C are from, any idea from which source you get vitamin C?
Citrus fruits.
From orange.
All, yes, all the citrus fruits and fruits, we get lot of vitamin C. Oranges, sweet lime, lemon. Okay, so all these things are rich in vitamin C. So you have to definitely have one source of vitamin C on a day-to-day basis. Okay, and one more most important thing is people whose hemoglobin is low, that is your iron content is low. So for those people, definitely you have to have you should not only increase your iron intake but also your vitamin C, because vegetarians will be deficient to vitamin B12. And when there's a vitamin B12 deficiency, you end up having a lot of neuro issues, neuron issues. Okay, so definitely you have to keep checking your vitamin B12 and vitamin D at least 6 months once. Guys, you're clear with all the water soluble vitamins?
Yes, ma'am.
And all these 9 water soluble will be absorbed in your body when you have proper amount of fluid or water in your body. So definitely you have to drink lot of water. And now, as the temperature is rising and there are every chance that we get dehydrated, please drink more of water or the liquids. That's a request. Okay, so the next is, okay, these are also very important. Okay, as we discussed that calcium, where calcium will help in which vitamin absorption?
Strengthen the bone.
No, yeah, true, correct. But for which vitamin we said it calcium will plays a major role?
Vitamin D.
Yes,
Vitamin
Vitamin D.
D.
vitamin D. Right, very right. So the calcium sources are all from your milk and milk products and all your greens like methi, palak, and all your green leafy vegetable. All will be rich in calcium. Your ragi. Okay, so please have your milk and milk products and greens definitely on a regular basis. Okay, as we discussed iron, Iron is also from all your green leafy vegetable, non-veg source, millets, seeds. Okay, so all these things also, and which vitamin plays a major role in iron absorption.
Vitamin C.
Yes, vitamin C. Okay. The next is potassium, zinc, and magnesium, which all are the electrolytes, which we require in a very less amount. But the sources will be all from your nothing. You can definitely get a lot of things. Potassium you get from all the your fruits and vegetables, so you can continue on that. Okay. So are you clear with your minerals?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Very important, which is water. We don't consider water as a nutrient, but actually water also plays a major role, and it is also very, very, very important. Okay, so you have to minimum have 3 to 4 liters of water in a day, which will keep yourself hydrated. You will never go, there won't be any electrolyte imbalance in your body. You will not have headache. Majorly in the summer, we majorly complain of a lot of headaches. Am I true?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Will
ma'am.
be that is majorly because of your dehydration. We end up having headache. So whenever you feel that you have a headache, what usually people go and have when you have a headache?
Used to have coffee.
Yes, we used to have, we feel no, today we didn't have a coffee or a tea, so might be because of that we have a headache. So that's also one amount of fluid requirement, right? So all these things are addiction. So instead of that, if you drink lot of water on a regular basis, you will never have headaches until and unless you have any other medical issues or any other condition where headache plays a role. Okay, so generally, if you drink a lot of water and if you're hydrated, you will never have headaches. You will never have cramps. Do you get calf muscle cramp or any body cramps? That will be all because of dehydration, and it will be all because of less of water intake. Okay, and people like who drink less of water, they'll be more prone to all your kidney stones, okay, urinary bladder infection, UTI, everything. So please drink lot and lot of water, normal water. I'm not telling you to have it as a juice or anything, because again added sugars will be there. So I will prefer you people having a normal water or a buttermilk, something like that, something natural. Okay, so will you have almost 3 to 4 liters of water
Yes,
in
ma'am.
a day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let me tell you on the food pyramid. This is a general food pyramid what I have given. Okay, where you can see the distribution of your food, how much you can have. Okay, so the major down part, if you see, is your all your cereals. Okay, but don't look into more into breads. Then you will ask me telling, oh, we can have more breads, pastas, and everything, because they are the sources from the cereals. That's why the pictures are there. So make sure that you include more of millets, cereals, all those healthy cereals in your diet. Okay. So next comes your vegetable, fruits, and everything. You can see the quantity, but I'm very sure these fruits and vegetable, how much we consume will be the topmost thing. You know smaller triangle?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we tend to eat fruits and vegetable only that much. That's why we end up having only 10 to 12 gram of fiber in a day. But make sure that you eat more quantity of fruits and vegetables. Okay. Then comes the milk and milk products and the non-vegetarian, so seafoods and everything. Okay. Then is the red meat and the meat products. Then the last will be your junk, your alcohol, your oils, everything will come on the last triangle. Oils and everything. Okay. So make sure that you preferences are more with your more of fruits and vegetable, okay, milk and milk products, and your healthy cereals. And can you see down? There are few things like weight control, daily exercise, sleep 7 to 9 hours, balanced diet, and have less amount of coffee and tea. Have you seen all these around the pyramid? So definitely all those things also plays a major role when it comes to your daily routine. Okay, definitely you have to spend minimum of 1 hour either by walking or exercising or cycling, anything. That is very important, okay, for being healthy. And weight control is very important. If you have poor weight control, you will not end up having any issues, because weight plays a major role in many of the health conditions now. Okay, and sleep. How many of you sleep minimum 8 hours in a day? Is there anyone?
Yes, ma'am.
Are
Ma'am,
you sure you sleep
ma'am,
for
I,
8 hours?
ma'am, I sleep 10 to 11
Yes.
hours.
10 to 11 hours, you're lucky. If you're having sleep of 10 to 11 hours, because I know majorly people end up having phones in their hand. Screen time is more than you're sleeping. Do you agree with me? Who might be 99% people might go to bed with your phone in hand. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
We do that. That's true. They always
Yes,
tell
ma'am.
that you have to reduce on your screen timing at least 2 hours before you sleep, so that you get a proper sleep. Okay, that is true. You definitely you try follow one day and see the difference in your sleep. Okay, so sleeping of 7 to 9 hours is very, very important, because if you sleep well, your anxiety, your stress level, you will be more focused the next day when you get up. So you please try this, you will become more healthy. Okay, so as I discussed before, you have to have a balanced diet, okay, including all your carbohydrates, protein, fat, fiber, everything in a proper balance. Okay, reduce on your tea and coffee. Caffeine and catechins are very bad, guys. So definitely you have to cut down on your tea and coffee. Have a proper routine, at least minimum 45 minutes to 1 hour. Definitely please spend time with your on your exercise. If you're very busy, you're not able to spend time on particularly with exercise or walking, please make sure that even in your college or your working area, where you feel, instead of taking a lift, you can always take stairs. So that will again increase your physical activity. If you're going to a shop just to buy something, you can always take a lift. If you're going to a supermarket, you can always walk and go. So you can do everything, right? So make sure that after each meal, make sure that after 20 minutes of your meal, you have a physical activity, in the sense you just walk around. If you're on a call, don't sit and take, just walk around and take. So all these things will indirectly, directly increase your physical activity, which will help you. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So I'll give you some healthy tips. Okay. So eat more of home cooked meals. Okay. So why I'm stressing on this is, see, I know many of you might be staying in a PG, you might be staying in a house, you might be staying in a hostel. I totally understand. But make sure that you tend to eat more of home cooked foods. Why? Because nowadays you have lot of adulterants and lot of the food which is being cooked outside. So have you heard that in last 1 month they had totally banned the cotton candies and the colors what they use in the food, like gobi manchurian on all your Chinese food? Have you heard
Yes,
about
ma'am.
it?
Yes. Yes, ma'am. For that color, gobi manchurians,
Yes,
they are
the
using
color.
chemicals.
Yes. So these are highly carcinogens. Okay, so they carry lot of cancer producing things. So definitely you have to make sure when you eat outside items, roadside, junk or deep fried items, go for some healthy thing. You can always go for a meal like where you have a rice rasam or a sambar with some sabzi or a dal with a sabzi. Those are more healthier than you going and having one plate of or gobi manchurian and other things. Okay, will you do that? Will you do a proper selection of food when you eat outside?
Yes, ma'am.
Lot of greens. Okay, as I said, do not skip your breakfast. I know many true.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you should never break your fast. You should always, sorry, you should always break your fast. Should never skip your breakfast. So after your dinner, the next meal after 8 to 12 hours is going to be your breakfast. If you skip your breakfast for next 16 hours or something, you don't eat anything, which is very bad. And that is the reason or the cause for many of your health conditions later in your future. So guys, the future in India is very is in your hand now. You have to definitely look in. If you can't cook anything, at least you can have a boiled egg or a banana or a fruit, something like this, which will at least give you some energy, some amount of other nutrients. Culprit for all the major health conditions you will end up having. Okay, that's what I said, right? You have to drink lot of water. Okay, it's because so that healthier way, not like including more of rice, less of fiber, less of curries and everything. So when you eat in a small size plate, you have to eat more healthy. Okay, so choose healthy alternatives. So instead of going for a tea or a coffee, you can always have a buttermilk. Instead of going for junk, you can always have a fruit. So all these things will help. Okay, so adequate sleep, as I said, you must definitely have 8 to 9 hours of sleep, vegetables in your diet. Okay, so good habits.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
you should always change your habits, change your lifestyle. So habits can always be changed. So this is again the same. Have breakfast, drink plenty of water, take an exercise break, go offline. You know what is offline, right? Go offline, guys. Guys, you know what is going offline. It is nothing but you just give away your phone, and instead of playing in a phone, you can always go and play in a playground. Do you agree?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So go offline always. Learn something new. In the sense, instead of giving more of screen time, indulging into a physical activity like a badminton, or you go out to play, or you read some books, you go for a walk. So you learn something new out of it. Okay. Habits. So don't smoke, sleep well, no alcohol, be mindful. Be mindful in the sense, if you're stressed out, you can always go do a yoga or a meditation. Or even if you don't know how to meditate or yoga, at least you can listen to some good music, looking out in the nature, sitting in a balcony. That will make you more relaxed. Okay, instead of you always on a phone, indulging in your social activities and everything, this will help you more to be mindful. Okay, say no to carbonated beverages, guys. Anything, there are so many beverages now which keeps telling no calories, no carbs, but zero sugars. But I don't know from where they tell that, because everything whatever we have definitely will get converted to carbs. Okay, so definitely say no to all your carbonated beverages, especially Pepsi, Coca-Cola and everything. Please, guys, it is a threat now. Please don't indulge into all these carbonated beverages. Okay, and train your muscles. As I said, spend some time doing exercise, okay, or a physical activity by walking and other thing. Okay, so
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am.
I, I would like to quote, today more than 95% of all the chronic diseases is caused by food choice. Toxic food ingredients, nutritional deficiencies, and lack of physical exercise. This is very, very important. Change all these habits so that you become more healthy and stay healthy for your life. Okay, so avoid smoking cigarettes or drugs, eating too quickly. So there are so many people have a habit of eating, you know uh, everything in a urgency, or they tend to eat like, very fast. They don't chew. My main concern is you have to chew more. The more you chew, slow is will be your digestion, and slow release will be your carbon. So make sure that you eat slow. As I said, sugar, salt, maida. So definitely you have to cut down on that. And having less of sleep. As I said, minimum 8 to 10 hours of sleep. Minimum 8 to 10 hours of sleep. Okay, processed food not only extend the shelf life, but they extend the waistline as well. So guys, things are in your hand. Selection of food, your lifestyle changes, everything will definitely help you do good and grow good. Okay,
Thank you, ma'am.
informative, or like, did you take some points out of it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, any doubts?
Very informative, ma'am.
Had a eye-opening session for me. Few things, which can scenario. If you change your lifestyle, change your habits, definitely later it is going to be a great help for rich. Okay, so definitely if you change your lifestyle, your selection of foods and everything, you will not end up having any issues, guys, in the later. Trust me. Any doubts?
Yes, ma'am. I have one question. I'm
Yes, tell me.
from Bipin. I'm Bipin Ghosh from Site Care Hospital.
Hmm.
How to maintain body weight?
Body weight, first you have to check your ideal body weight. Okay, so there's a formula for it. For your height in centimeter, you have to minus with 101. That is for male, and for female it is with minus 105. Okay, that will tell your ideal body weight. So if you're in that, for maintaining that, you have to eat healthy, and you have to be properly physically active as well. So everything, a proper balanced meal with a proper exercise and physical activity, definitely you can maintain your body weight.
And ma'am, after eating food or fast food or whatever food, we like to take Coca-Cola or 7 Up for digestion. That is okay. That is really digest, or that some effect is there in our body.
That will definitely have an effect in a bad way, Bipin, because as I said, it is loaded with a lot of sugars and carbonated gas, which we don't require. Okay, so definitely you should definitely avoid Pepsi, Coca-Cola, and other carbonated beverages. That is all added sugars, which we don't require.
And ma'am, which all those food every day we can keep in our plate daily, at least few portions of food we can keep in our plate daily.
On a day-to-day basis, make sure that one portion of greens or one portion of sabzi is always there in your each meal. That will again help. Curd,
Yes, ma'am.
probiotics, that will also help you for your gut health.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, in their avoid, and their one PPT is there, avoid what we have to avoid. The smoking, everything is there. Alcoholism is not there. That is we can avoid, or some,
No, definitely that's a avoid. I would have missed, but definitely
because
that's a avoid.
nowadays
So the previous slide I had
nowadays the
mentioned. Yeah, tell me.
younger who are the now younger generation, they are more prefer and more like to do alcoholism, smoking, like that.
Hmm. So definitely that's a avoid only, Bipin. You should definitely say no to alcohol, smoking, and everything. Because I feel nowadays anyway, without doing all this only, we end up having a lot of issues. So a lot of health conditions, cancer and other things. So definitely, if we are indulging, then you know that we have high chance of getting it in the lesser age group or the lesser period in our life. So it's better we avoid all those things.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, I want to ask one question.
Yeah.
As you told, we can have fruits in breakfast.
Hmm.
So we are like empty stomach till for 12 hours and more than that.
Hmm.
So after that, if we had fruits in empty stomach, is it good for our health, or
No, you can have.
some toxicity can be there? No.
No, see, it depends on your selection of fruits. You can always go for, papaya, you can always go for apple, watermelon, all those things. You will not end up having, you'll not end up having issues. Like you will not end up having acidity and things. If you definitely have a orange or a sweet lime in the morning, you will end up having acidity. But the proper select banana, you can have banana, apple, papaya, watermelon for breakfast. Definitely you can have. With that, you can always have a egg.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Ma'am, when many students are coming in Bangalore for study purpose or job purpose, they are
Hmm.
staying in PG or the hostelers, and that PG and hosteler foods like that only, not that much nutrition is there for them. What are the nutrition, or what are the daily base routine we have to follow?
Okay. For those people, you can definitely include all, like, see, definitely when you stay in a PG, you cannot expect more of fiber rich food, right? You will have more of rice based, food like rice variety, idli, and everything. So, definitely you can always go for, you can like in between as a snack, you can always go for a fruit, you can always go for cucumber tomato salads, okay, which you can include in your diet, okay, which will at least give you some amount of vitamins, minerals, and fiber from your day to day meal, okay. So you can include that way all those things, which is easy for you. I don't want to tell you ki you cook something, because many of them will not have access for cooking also, and you may not have the time to cook. may not have time also. So in that case, you can always include a
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
buttermilk, curds. So you can always include all those.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Side care.
Hmm.
If a person taking all the nutrients, enough carbohydrates and fat proteins and green leafy vegetables food also, and same time same day, if any people also can take that junk food fast food little bit, so it will balance, it's normal, or it will
It's not harmful. That's what I said. No, selection of food is very important. So cereals, when it comes to cereals, so instead of uh, having rice or idli, dosa, something, if you're eating bread daily, okay, bread daily, that is harmful because it's made up of what? Maida. And maida I have told strictly to avoid or restrict. That is because of the, because it's a refined food product. Okay, so definitely selection of food plays a major role. If you have a proper balance in your diet, you will not end up having any issues.
thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Anyone else?
Doing that is screen product.
Okay.
Is it a good thing or
It still again depends on, for what you're taking. Okay, see, many of them, yeah, their dermatologist or someone would have asked them to use vitamin E for your skin and everything, so that's okay. But you should also make sure that your concerned doctor or your private practitioner is aware of what you're doing. So you should always take their help, prescription, and then do that, because beyond the extent anything too much is also bad. So there will be some time period, like for 3 months or 1 month. So if you follow that, that will be better.
yes, ma'am. Thank
Thank
you.
you. Anyone else? Any more doubts?
Any doubts, students?
No, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. This is for good and informative, well informative.
I'm happy that at least you people will have some or the other takeaway from this topics, whatever we have been discussing since morning, because nowadays health is on the highest priority, guys. So definitely make sure that you, every aspect, physically, mentally, and socially, health plays a major role. So definitely keep the health on the highest priority than anything else for yourself.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. This is very important for our health.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Monisha, I guess people are
Yes.
very much clear with their doubts. So I hope the topic was interesting, and they had a lot of takeaway to home with the proper healthy tips.
Yes, ma'am, definitely. It was really an amazing session. And it was really a great time with you, ma'am. I'm sure that our students would have gained a lot of informations and they'll be benefited by this session with you. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you,
Thank you,
Monisha.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, team, and all the very best for your future. And make sure that you follow or at least try to do something, whatever we have discussed today, so that you keep, stay more healthy and perfect in your life. Thank
Yes,
you.
definitely, ma'am. Sure.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. Requesting our students to go back to your classrooms or just have a break, and I request all of you to come back exactly at 1:30. The next session will be starting at 2 o'clock. So either you can go and finish your lunch before 1 o'clock and try to come to the auditorium exactly at 1:30 so that we can start our second session sharp at 2 o'clock with other two guest speakers.
Both the department, pharmacy and nursing students, it's compulsory to attend the cervical cancer session. Both cervical cancer as well as the evening session by Dr. Sujay.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you, everyone. See you all at 2 o'clock.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Dr. Pujashri ma'am has joined.
Hello, yeah, I'm here.
Okay, fine. Okay, let us continue the session with the one quote which I'd like to share. It is health that is real wealth, and not pieces of gold and silver. Saying of the great legend Mahatma Gandhi ji, father of our nation. Let us protect. Now, I would like to welcome Dr. Pujashri ma'am, Senior Registrar at Site Care Hospital, Bangalore. She has completed her MSc in Research Institute, DMRT Radiation Oncology at Basavatarakam Indo-American Cancer Hospital and Research Institute, Hyderabad.
Hello, thank you for the warm welcoming. Myself, Dr. Pooja from the Department of Radiation Oncology, Site Care. Hello, yeah. So can you share this?
Ma'am, is there any? Okay. Yes, ma'am,
yes,
it's audible.
Okay. So shall we start then?
Yes, ma'am.
Sure.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. So my topic will be cervical cancer awareness and prevention. So before getting into the topic proper, so we'll just have a workflow of how it goes. So first, I'll be discussing about the incidence and deaths of cervical cancer globally and in India, and followed which what is basically the cervical cancer and what are the risk factors associated with the cervical cancer. And as you already know, the main causation of cancer is HPV, that is human papilloma virus. And how is it related with the causation of cervical cancer? I'll be discussing in details about this in further slides. And after risk factors, and if the cervical cancer is suspected, so what are the symptoms and signs associated with cervical cancer? We'll be dealing with in the further slides. Then after which we have the screening methods. What are the screening methods available? So proposed by WHO for the screening methods for cervical cancer. So then what are the treatment strategies are there for the reduction of cervical cancer? So then what has WHO proposed for the vaccination schedules, how it is implemented, and in what age can be given? Everything I'll be detailedly explaining in further slides. And what is the WHO strategy by 2030? So what is the elimination goal that we have come across? Everything I'll explaining you in the further slides. So first, coming to the first slide, as you can see here, two pie charts. Okay. So first is new cervical cancer cases in India and among the world. So in India, it represents around 1,32,000 cases in new cervical incidences you can see there, and major chunk of the disease burden among the world is from the India. So followed by Thailand and China. So suppose this, the deaths due to cervical cancer. So the second pie chart that it it's pictorially represented as little. 74,000 deaths have been documented, and in the world it is 2,73,000 have been reported. So it is kind of devastating to see the numbers in this view. So again, so 1 in 50 Indian women will develop cervical cancer in their lifetime. So, and it is the second most prevalent cancer among the women in India, and followed by breast cancer. So as I already mentioned you, 67,000 deaths women die every year from the cervical cancer as a result of late diagnosis. So now, due to the lack of screening modalities and in lack of implementation of the national programs, so which are available for cervical cancer, due to which diagnosed also will be diagnosed at a late stages, so that the morbidity and the mortality of the cervical cancer will be high. So it is utmost important to recognize this precancerous lesions related to the pertinent to the cervical cancer, and we have to treat accordingly, so that the morbidity will decrease. So, if you consider 1 in 8 minutes, one woman dies of cervical cancer every 8 minutes. So, and India has the highest burden of cervical cancer globally. So, and the number I told you mortality, 67,000 deaths occur per year due to cervical cancer. So, it is one of the most common gynecological malignancy, and it is ranked around second most common cancer, followed by breast cancer in India. So, getting into the cervical cancer. So first we'll see into the basics of female reproductive system. So here, as you can see, these are the parts of these are the parts of female reproductive system. So from top to bottom, so I'll be explaining about the parts of reproductive system. So here, first, either ways, right and left fallopian tube, ovary. So below that, you can see the pear shape, that is uterus, and next to that only you will get to see the tubular structure. So that is called the cervix. So below that, the vagina is there. Okay, so this is the broad picture of the female reproductive system. So if you see the magnified version of the cervix, so here again it's a tubulomuscular organ sitting exactly it's sandwiched between the uterus and the vaginal canal. So here we have three parts of cervix, that is called ectocervix, endocervix, and the transformation zone. So here, the transformation zone is a dynamic point in which the changes do happen. So during the premenopausal and postmenopausal changes, and this transformation zone is significant in the causation of the precancerous lesions or lesions caused by the cervical cancer. So this is the cervix picture from the front view. So first picture, what you can see cervix view from the below. So that is it's free from the lesions, precancerous or the lesion in the cervix. So the second picture, what you can see, the front view. So cervical cancer with some changes you could see there. So that is mainly because of the precancerous changes caused by the HPV infection, or the cervical changes you can see because of the cancer. So again, here we have different stages based on that. So precancerous lesion also we have low LCL and HCL according to the Bethesda system. So that is and that is also there once it is diagnosed. So once it is confirmed cervical cancer, we have different stages also, stage 1, 2, 3, and 4. So based on the the signs and symptoms of cervical cancer. So once cervical cancer, most common gynecological malignancies, they do present with signs and symptoms. So here, what are the main symptoms that you can be aware of the cervical cancer? First is constant fatigue. So you'll be tired throughout the day. And second one is unexplained weight loss. Significant weight loss, if you can find in within 3 months, so duration, that is called a significant weight loss. And if it is like heavy vaginal bleeding, usually the incidence of cervical cancer, it can be seen at 6 years of age. So mostly the people, the females, they do come up with the postmenopausal bleeding will be there. And if it is like of reproductive age group, again bleeding during the sexual intercourse. So that is called the postcoital bleeding. So, and if it is like the locally advanced cancer, so what they usually there is a presence of vaginal mass. When you're doing the examination, gynecological examination, that time, if you feel some mass is there, so that is also a probable symptom of that. And after pelvic examination, if you get to see the bleeding, so that is also one of the signs. And if it is like kind of gross or progressive disease, so again you get to see the radiating pain in the back and legs, and lack of appetite. Its hunger is not there. So and then pain in the pelvis. So these are the signs and symptoms related to the gynecological malignancies, few, and pertaining to the cervical cancer. So what are the causes of cervical cancer? So majority, the causes of cervical cancer is human papilloma virus. So that is the most common cause for the cervical cancer. Almost 80 to 90% it is because of the human papilloma virus. So other risk factors are also associated with the cervical cancer. As I already mentioned in the last slide, that is HPV infection. This is human papilloma virus. So it is a DNA virus which is responsible for the majority of the causation of cervical cancer. Around 80 to 90% will be due to this. So and coming to the multiple sexual partners, suppose a female, if age is less than 18 years, so and with the multiple sexual partners, the chances of getting cervical high. And tobacco use and smoking, so that is also one of the risk factor for the causation of cervical cancer, and having given birth to 3+ children. So, and especially and high risk, like if the female is around less than 18 years of age, having given birth to 3+ children, that is multiparity. So that is also a significant risk factor for the causation of cervical cancer. So because of the general weakened immune system, okay, that is also one of the risk factor associated. And prolonged use of birth control pills. So here the active component is progesterone. So that is kind of initiating factor, triggering factor for the causation of cervical cancer. And that is the relative risk is a bit low compared to the other risk factors. And the diet low in fruits and vegetables, that is also one more risk factor. These are the risk factors that is relative risk is quite low. So compared to the above, whatever I told you, the risk factors above 4. So and then family history about the genetics. So now, what exactly is human papillomavirus? So human papillomavirus, as all so it is a type of DNA virus which is involved in the main causation of cervical cancer, around 80 to 90%. So here we have greater than 100 types of HPV, that is human papillomavirus types, subtypes are there. So in that we have to they have categorized into low risk and high risk. So, and mainly it is of sexually transmitted. The incidence of cervical cancer can be seen by 50 to 60 years of age, and 4 out of 5 women will be infected once in their lifetime. So here, many risk factors are there: low risk and high risk. Low risk mainly it causes some few kinds of diseases, and high risk also. Mainly the subtype 16 and 18 is associated with the causation of cervical cancer. So 90 here, once they get infected, so 90% of the people they have the transient infections, and over the latent period time, so 10% they usually persistent infection. So type 16 and 18, these are the high risk type, so that are responsible for greater than 70% of cervical cancers. So these are the pictures. So in which these are the low risk types, HPV 6 and 11. So it causes few diseases which is non-oncological type. So these are the warts. So in generally in hand you can see, and in the mucosal region like in the mouth, throat region you can see, and in the genital region also you can see. These are non-cancerous. So these are low risk type. That is especially HPV 6 and 11. So in human papillomavirus, so it causes the cancerous types in both the males and females. So in females, suppose if you see, it causes oropharyngeal cancers. So it is a cancer related to the mouth and throat region. And then it is mainly caused by the HPV high risk types, that is 16 and 18. So in the skin and in the skin and plantar warts, mainly it is caused by the low risk type, that is 6 and 11. Okay, and other cancers also will happen. Anal cancer, cervical cancer, vulvar cancer. So these are all related to the high risk types of the HPV. So that is mainly related to the 16 and 18. So if you consider in so again, HPV causes a few different diseases. So in the males also, that is mainly oropharyngeal cancer related to the mouth and throat region, and anal penis cancer, and other low risk types also it causes, like skin wart, genital wart, and the plantar wart. So, for the cervical cancer prevention, the two important things we have to keep in mind. So, first is HPV vaccination, and regular screening procedures will be there. And in further slides, I'll be explaining you this. So, before what are the screening methods available? WHO proposed by this, and what are the tests available here? So that I'll be explaining in detail. First is Pap smear. So this is the conventional test, and that is it is very cheap, and it is sensitive. But the sensitivity is low compared to the lipid-based cytology. So and the second one is HPV DNA test sampling. So and the third one is co-test, the combination of Pap test and HPV test. So Pap smear again here. So what you get to see is, so suppose the cell morphology, abnormal morphology you can see in the Pap smear. HPV DNA testing, mainly you will get to see the presence of virus. It is there or no. In this particular test, you will get to know. So co-test, it is a combination of Pap smear and HPV. So how the Pap smear is done? So here is a picture depicting the Pap smear. How is it taken? So the patient lies in the lithotomy position. Again, you are just seeing the colposcope has been inserted to broaden the vagina, and the ectocervix it has been exposed. So in that, the cytobrush, brush like material you get to see. So that it is circulated a clockwise direction. So that there you have to take the sample in the ectocervix region, and then you have to put it in the liquid. So that is ethanol. This is this is called liquid-based cytology. So the advanced version of the Pap smear. So under HPV DNA testing, again the same from the same sample, they'll find out whether the virus is there or not. That they have to detect. So what are the latest cervical cancer guidelines? So recommended by the WHO. So here's the age group of 21 to 29 years of age. So you have to get the Pap test for every 3 years. So HPV testing is not recommended. It is at the for this range of the age. 21 to 29, only Pap test should be done every 3 years. So and then for the age 30 to 65 years of age, you have to get a co-test. If the HPV DNA test is operational, so then you have to get both the tests, that is Pap smear and HPV test. So for every 5 years, or if the HPV test is not available, so then you have to get the Pap test alone for every 3 years. That you should do. So you may need to screen more often if you have the history of abnormal test results. So suppose if the women is prone for the HIV infections or more, so then the follow-up, then the screen for this cervical cancer is quite more often. So you have to start 5 years prior to the onset of the disease. So then, should all the women follow these guidelines? Usually, who are at the higher risk for cervical cancer, as I already mentioned you, the female who are at responsible. The female who are at the risk of HIV, and so regular screenings help prevent the cervical cancer. In most cases, occur in the women 40 years of age, and in women who have had a Pap test or haven't had a recent screening. So and beyond 65 years. So this so two consecutive negative results, then you can discontinue the screening. So coming to HPV vaccination. So here, what we do is we have three kinds of vaccination available in this. So one is bivalent, that is Cervarix. Okay, it covers two types of the HPV vaccination. So that is 6 and 11, 16 and 18 it will cover. So the next second vaccination is quadrivalent. That is, it contains four types of HPV subtypes. That is called Gardasil. And subtypes, and non-availant is Gardasil 9. So it covers 9 serotypes of the HPV. So mainly 6, 11, 16, 18, 31, 33, 45, 51, and 53. So these are the types it will cover under the Gardasil 9. So under WHO, so Gardasil 9 is quite effective in covering additional 15% of the protection. So for the prevention of the cervical cancer. So what is HPV vaccine? It is nothing but it's kind of viral-like particle has been infected. Vaccination works. So here I'll tell you. It will be injected if the virus enters the body. The immune system. So how about the efficacy of the Gardasil 9 vaccine? As I've already mentioned you, so it covers 9 serotypes of the vaccination. So obviously the efficacy is more beyond 80% for the vaginal cancer, renal cancer, vulvar, penile head and neck cancers, that is oropharyngeal cancers, genital warts, and recurrent respiratory papillomatosis. It covers all these subtypes, and Gardasil 9 is quite effective. So what is the recommendation for the HPV vaccination? So two things. So first is initial vaccination and catch-up vaccination. So initial vaccination when they should get it done. So 9 to 14 of age, this is the ideal age to get vaccinated, and it is here is on the both the females and males. So and the regimen will be 2 doses between the 9 to 14 years of age. So the schedule will be like first the day one they have to take, and then followed with 6 months they have to take. So 6 to 12 months within that they have to take one more dose. So if the age is between 90 to 14 years. So again the catch-up vaccination when they have recommended, this also they have categorized into two ranges. So 15 to 25 years of age, again both the females and males they are eligible to take the vaccination. So in the regimen of 3 doses. So that is, if the cervix is taken, so you have to take in the range of day 1 at 1 month and 6 month. And if they are taking the Gardasil 9 vaccine, that is non-valent vaccine, so the dosage is around 0, 2, and 6 months. Okay, and then from 27 to 45 years of age, again the females and males, and the gender basis is not there, so both can take the vaccination. At 3 doses regimen they have to take, and 0, 1, and 6 months. That is the dosages scheme. And if this is taken, so again, and second month and 6 months. So HPV vaccination is the key to prevent the cervical cancer. So here, with lack of the immunization of screening guidelines and whatever, it was not there, and lack of national screening programs. So till now it was not there. What we could see is just the tip of the iceberg. So usually this is a type of this is the only type of the cancer caused by HPV that has recommended screening test to detect it at an early age. Suppose if we detect the at an early age, so we can avoid the latent period. If we detect in the latent period, the chance of getting into the progression into cervical cancer is very less. So overall, it can prevent 90% of these cancers if you detect in the early stage. So the screening guidelines are must, and the vaccination schedules we should follow. So few queries answered about this. So what are the diseases are caused by HPV, and why does your child need HPV vaccine? So is your child at a risk of HPV, and why should the vaccine be given at such a young age? And why do boys need a HPV vaccine? So usually the HPV vaccines, whatever we are giving, is it safe? So can HPV vaccination cause infertility in my child? So these are the few queries which will be answered in the further parts. So here, first question is, and usually people say child needs HPV vaccination. So if we give HPV vaccine in the earliest age, that is 9 to 11 years of age, the activity of the HPV vaccine is very high at the stage. And before the onset of sexual activity, if we give, the chances of getting into the progression of the disease that can be avoided at the younger age. So suppose if you give 9 to 14 years of age, 2 doses can be recommended. So if it crosses beyond the 14 years of age, again 3 recommendation is required. So that's how you can vaccine your child at the earliest age. So how do you know the vaccine works? So several research articles have come. So like future trial patterns, what they mentioned is, so with the follow year of 30 years efficacy and effectiveness of the vaccine, so the vaccine is effective at the early age. So the vaccine is effective And why do they need HPV vaccine at such young age? I has already mentioned you. So 9 to 11 years, that is the ideal age to give the vaccination. That is because the HPV metaplastic activity, once it enter the body, the metaplastic activity of HPV if you give in the younger age, that can be avoided. So why do boys need the HPV vaccination? So usually the HPV serotypes I have already mentioned you, like 6, 11, 16, 18. It can cause the other diseases like oropharyngeal cancers, that is related to the mouth and throat, and the anal cancers and penile cancers that can be avoided. So the future infections can be avoided. All around of these vaccines are actually required. Yes, of course. So here usually we recommend for the risk high. So mainly I told you low risk types are there and high risk type of there. So low risk mainly it causes the genital warts and the skin warts it will cause. So and then oncological viruses, the like high risk virus mainly it causes 16 and 18. So that are mainly responsible for the caused by the HPV. So is my child really at a risk for HPV? So usually it is very common infection in the women and men that can cause cancer. So starting the vaccine at the earliest shot, so it will prevent your child from the cancers and disease caused by the HPV. So and how about about the safety of the HPV vaccine. So it is usually like other vaccines, HPV is safe and it doesn't cause any sort of allergy or anaphylaxis kind of. If the patient is previously been exposed to first dose of the disease, followed by if she or he would have developed some sort of anaphylaxis lesion that time, so that can be avoided in this particular category. And what are the contraindications for this HPV vaccination? Mainly in the pregnancy, it is not given, and those who are women that's what those who have severe allergy with anaphylaxis, so that patient for those patients it is generally not recommended. So can HPV vaccine cause infertility in my child? No, there is no evidence as such. There is no evidence. There are no research saying that it will interfere with infertility. So with this vaccination, so it is the cervical cancer. It is the only type of cervical cancer, the only type that caused by the HPV. So that can be detected at the earliest stages. So usually, if the precancerous the lesions appear, so the latent period for the development of the cervical cancer is around 15 to 20 years, 15 to 10, 10 to 15 years. So in that latent period, if we diagnose at an early stage, so the chances of cancer that progression can be avoided to the cervical cancer can be vaccination is recommended for the guys also. So how can HPV can be prevented? So we have told you the screening methods also. So get the HPV vaccination done. So according to the ideal whatever age we have mentioned. So in that also we can get the vaccination done for the safe and protect your partners. Get screened and tested regularly. So these are few age recommendations are screened and tested regularly. HPV can definitely be prevented. So what is the WHO strategy by 2030? So usually they have a 90-70-90 rule. So in this, they are aiming at 90% of the girls vaccinated with HPV vaccine by the age of 15, and 70% the women should be screened using high performance tests like HPV testing and the Pap smear or the core test also at ages between 35 and 45 years. They're expecting 70% of the screen, and 90% women with cervical disease should receive the treatment. So this is the 90-70-90 strategy for the WHO to eliminate the cervical cancer by 2030. Thank you. If any queries are there, so then listen.
Any questions from student side? Hello, ma'am.
Hello, Manisha. Yeah, tell me.
Ma'am, we are having a doubt.
Yeah, please tell me.
That is there any side effect we used to face after getting the
No, no. For regarding the side effects, if you have any queries, you can ask. Hello. getting vaccination. So I think non-major side effects, just like other vaccines, it is very safe, completely safe. You don't get to see any sort of allergy or something like that.
Okay. No side effects.
Okay.
Okay, there's another question from our student, ma'am.
Yeah.
Mostly, the cancer doesn't have like it does not come with any symptoms, especially cervical cancer. So, how do we recognize or what are the symptoms in early stages so that we can detect the presence
So
of
usually,
cervical cancer?
with once it has diagnosed like cervical cancer, then only we get to see the symptoms like vaginal diarrhea and the constant fatigueness will be there. So these are the risk factors once it is already progressed in the body. So suppose if you do this regular screening, so before that only like in the age group of again 30, 29, 21 to 29, 30. So 30 to 65. In this, if you do the regular screening, or the test whatever we have told you, so in that we can pick it up even the earliest lesion also. So main thing will be the bleeding kind of thing. Post so these are the kind of alarming signs. Then you should be aware of this.
Okay, ma'am. There is another question.
Yeah.
It is stated whether it will again come back, ma'am, cancers.
Reoccurrence.
Reoccurrence will happen. Cervical cancer.
Yeah, once it is diagnosed, again it depends upon the stage of the disease. So stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, and stage 4 we have. So suppose if it is metastatic to other parts of the body, so then again the survival will be, it will be very low. So compared to the stages of the disease. So again, if we treat the cervical cancer with the other modalities like radiation, chemotherapy, whatever is there, so we have to follow up the patient for 2 years. So if it is not recurring within that period of time, the chances of getting reoccurrence will be very low.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Students, from your side, any doubts?
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, proceed.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello. Yeah.
Is there any preventive measures?
Like for prevention of this. So that's what I
Yeah,
want
yeah.
to do. It's like using the. Hello. Is it audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I am hearing.
Hello. Yeah. So just the preventive measurements, you have to follow the safe this thing barrier methods during the sexual activity, and what are the warning signs you should be alarmed of, and that's all. You can normally do these things only.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah.
Ma'am, for cervical cancer patient, what are the dietary modification we can do? Which type of diet a patient will need?
Yeah, hello. Once it is diagnosed, actually, so no such dietary recommendations will be there. So we usually tell the patients to avoid the processed foods and red meat, whatever it is there. So that will tend to avoid that. So spicy and less oily, we'll ask them to take. As such, no proper recommendations is there to avoid all those foods. Means normally they can have the food.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah, tell me.
Ma'am, shall we know that which is the most common type of cervical cancer? In the among that also 2-3 types are there. No. In
Yeah.
that, which is the common type? Ma'am?
So the most common type, mainly the subtypes of 16 and 18. That is the most common. That is the most common type with the causation of cervical cancer. That is the most common type.
Fine, ma'am.
Ma'am, one more question.
Yeah.
Like the smoking or any high socioeconomic status or history of genital warts will this lead to a risk factor for cervical cancer, ma'am?
These are the related risk factors. The main causation of risk factor that as I've already mentioned you, that is a human papillomavirus. So mainly due to the sexual transmitted.
Sexual transmission.
Yeah, the other relative risk factors like this tobacco smoking and smoking and all. These are the other relative risk factors that will be involved in the causation of cervical cancer.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
What's this question?
Okay. Ma'am?
Yeah.
One more question. Like if this cervical cancer occurs during the time of pregnancy,
yeah,
what will be the precaution or measures, like whether they have to continue with the pregnancy or they have to?
So at what trimester, if they'll first they have to at what trimester they will time. Suppose it is the first trimester or something. So if the disease progression is high, so the chances of getting abortion will be more actually in that.
Okay.
So and suppose if they diagnose at the end of the third trimester, so again so then they have to complete the pregnancy and then they go for further treatment.
Further treatment. Okay.
Any other doubts from student side? So thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Manisha. Thank you, one and all.
With us.
Yeah. Thank you, one and all, for your patience listening. Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you.
Hi, Manisha.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, just wanted to inform. I think Dr. Sujay Lakshmi will join by 3 o'clock only.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
It's early morning for her, so we have to have some patience.
Okay, no. Yeah,
just a point to be added. I think it is already informed by Dr. Pooja. So there are a few people who are asking me also questions. See, cervical cancer is the main cause for cervical cancer is sexual intercourse. Okay?
Intercourse. Okay.
Yeah, that is why they say the vaccination should be taken between 9 to within 9 to before you get married. Okay, 3 doses. And after you get married, then it will be available only, I think 2 doses, something like that, till the age of 45. Okay.
Okay.
Now the main cause of the cervical cancer is male, not a female. So we advise for males to take
Okay.
the vaccination so that the female is safe.
Okay.
Okay? That is why they say before the wedding or before she gets into sexual intercourse, she should take the vaccine to prevent the this kind of cancer. Okay, one thing.
Okay.
And
So
second,
male has to get the vaccine
it is
prior
better that a male gets a vaccine because
vaccine.
he spreads, but nothing. It will not harm him. It
Okay.
will
Okay.
harm the female.
Okay.
Okay, so
Yes.
females are at more prone for getting this cancer.
They are at higher risk. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
and
Got it.
we have vaccines for Gardasil,
Mm.
which is into it, and that it prevents only from four types of cancer. There are multiple viruses in the cervical region or the from the male that comes in, but
Yes.
as per now, it is only for nine types of viruses that there is a medicine. But
Mm.
these nine virus which is there, it's a common type of virus. It is a highest prevailing virus in the cervical cancer.
Okay.
I hope everybody is clear. Okay, so it is
Yes.
from the male that it gets, not from the female. And the vaccination which is already there, it prevents from major cervical cancer. And whichever is not introduced, it is not so serious because it's only few percentage is very less from other what is that, HP virus.
Okay.
Okay,
So
human
this
papilloma
vaccines are
virus.
cost effective, ma'am. Like, what will be the cost?
What is it?
The treatment, whether it is cost
That
effective
is
or
what I'm saying.
it's affordable for the people, or
See, actually, it was very expensive. As per I know, it was
uh,
around 3,000 per dose. But again, it is some hospitals they give it 2,500 per dose. So three doses means it will come up for around nine thousand. Okay.
okay,
But the
okay, ma'am.
other one is little nine. This is Gardasil that is has only four virus covered. There is another vaccine which is already there that is for cover that covers nine of the viruses. But still, Gardasil also is good because the highest prevailing vaccines are viruses are covered in the Gardasil. Gardasil is the name of a injection. Okay, and there is
Okay.
one more that covers nine viruses, and that is at little higher cost. Okay, but now
Okay.
I heard that government is introducing it into a vaccination program for all our children, that is about 9 to 12 years. Whoever the child is attained monarchy, they are planning to join it into the vaccination program free of cost. So that is really a good thing. I don't know yet if the government has adopted in the government hospitals, but private I don't think it started yet. This was
Okay.
only from 1 month ago. They have announced in the Lok Sabha.
Lok Sabha. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So this is a knowledge for everybody. And I say that even a male should get a vaccine.
Vaccine. Yes.
If male covers the vaccine, then if male takes the vaccine, most of the females are secured, safe.
Ma'am.
And if females take, it is much good for her itself. It's good for her so that she can prevent all this, sexually transmitted especially cancer.
Cancer.
Okay. Nandrakala, are you clear on this?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
But I have more question in this. Will our because since we are in India, so people should aware about it because now this concerning mainly male persons. So will they agree after 40 also? You have mentioned in between. After 40 age also we can go through for this injection, this
Yes,
vaccination.
within 45.
Will they agree reluctantly?
Before you attain a menopause, it is good for you to take a vaccine, I said.
Okay, okay, ma'am.
It's for you.
Okay,
Before
ma'am.
you attain a menopause. Got it?
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
That is a female, before she attain a menopause, it is better to take a vaccine. Okay?
Okay,
That's
ma'am.
why
Okay.
it is still 45. Because it is only, I think, less dose that you get only for 1 or 2 doses you have to take because you've already into sexual contact, and then your prevention is less, maybe 40% coverage you get, but still it is good.
Good. Okay.
Something is better than nothing. That's what we say.
Okay,
Male,
ma'am. Okay.
it is good for children to give. Small children, small males. So they can prevent a female before they get into sexual contact.
Yes, ma'am. More satisfied answer. Thank you.
Yeah, when I go to schools, I mostly concentrate on the male children to take the vaccine, and a few are there who tell only for females to take vaccine. It is female prevented, but male transmitted disease. So both, it is best for both the children to take, male and female. If male doesn't take and female, if she takes, she's safe. If male takes and female doesn't take, again female is safe.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, clear?
Yeah, clear, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. I hope it is clear to everybody else also. If you have any doubt, you can ask me. Any questions?
Ma'am, there's one more question regarding this.
Hmm.
If a woman has like more than 3 times of abortion, so whether it's a chances like that can lead to a cervical cancer, ma'am?
See, it is, but very less, very less. Okay.
Very
Not
less.
cervical, it might affect the uterus.
Uterine
Because
cancer.
uterus becomes weak. Okay. But not more than 3 times and all. I don't think it is big issue. But it depends upon the female how she maintains her health after her abortion. She has to be careful and take care of her wealth for at least 1 to 2 months and not have sexual contact for 2 months, and then after that it is okay.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, but there are people who have seen more than 7 times having abortions. That's okay, pretty good. But if they take care of themselves well.
Okay.
So vaccinations are Gardasil 4 and Gardasil 9. 9 is 9 types of things that get cleared virus, and Gardasil 4 is 4 types of viruses are getting included in that vaccine. See, you need not wait till you get the symptoms. Also, every regular health checkup every year, okay, and pap smear I think once in after 30 they advise, or after even sexual contact they advise for pap smear. With that you will get to know. So if there are any chances of little growth also, if you take vaccine, I think you are safe at the younger age. Okay, and so health check will prevent most of your cervical cancers. Because once you send for pap smear, you get the growth of the volume of viruses which is there. So targeted therapy also can be started.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Anything else?
Students, you all have any other questions? Any doubts?
Hello, ma'am. Hello.
Yeah.
Ma'am, lots of women uses IUD like copper teeth. So is there any chances of getting means is that can cause any problem?
See, what happens with IUD? You're talking about only IUD or other things also?
IUD only, ma'am.
Okay. IUD, what happens is if you use IUD, I think you have to change it regularly with meet your consultant. Okay. I think it has a validity of 4 to 5 years. Beyond that, it will start, you'll start getting irritated and pain and all. If you don't get also, it is advisable to change it very often. Whatever said and done, external, foreign bodies are foreign bodies within the body. Okay, that means if you insert an IUD, it is a foreign body, correct? So anytime you can get rejected from your body, can reject the foreign bodies. Is it clear? For
Yes, ma'am.
example, even if you consider even a implant or transplants also, like for example, regular transplants that we have for what is that? Renal transplant, anything for that matter. Okay, if the body tolerates, it can tolerate. I'm not saying no, but it can tolerate for few years. Sometimes, I have seen. Pardon?
Ma'am, yeah. No, continue, ma'am. There's
Yeah.
another question from, like, I'll.
Okay, so for example, I have seen one person, the transplant, that is renal transplant, getting rejected after 19 years. Okay, so there are chances foreign body are foreign bodies within the body. So anytime that can be getting, that can get rejected. But regular follow up, if you have a severe bleeding, all those you have to take care. Okay, so that it will affect the uterus more than cervical. Is it clear?
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Any bleeding, itching, pain, all this you have to, bring to the notice. Pain, especially when you have a sexual contact, you will have that pain, and after the sexual contact also you might have bleeding, or when you have a sexual contact, it might be tight and very painful that you cannot tolerate. Then all these might be a symptom. I am not assuring it can be, but there may be a chance of, all the symptoms for the cervical cancer.
Okay, ma'am. Sexually transmitted diseases can lead to cervical cancer, or is there any connection between these conditions?
Not very much. Sexually transmitted diseases, and this is also sexually
Yes, that is
transmitted disease.
transmitted. Okay.
But see,
People are already infected with like syphilis or gonorrhea, like sexually transmitted diseases. Will they also get this cervical cancer? There are chances.
syphilis and gonorrhea, I don't think it will affect much, but definitely HIV, not 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 HIV, sorry, AIDS.
Okay. AIDS. Okay.
AIDS, because HIV is a beginning stage, AIDS is a end stage. That last stage where they become immunosuppressive.
Okay.
So those can be a reason, but it is may not have been much, because I've seen one person with that, where I met a doctor.
Very rare.
Yeah, where I asked them, they said AIDS in the final stage
Uh-huh.
can lead, but anyway there is no treatment for HIV. I mean AIDS, because it is already in the end stage. They go into multi-organ failure also. Gonorrhea and syphilis, not with a cancer, but definitely gonorrhea and syphilis is a much more complicated one than the
Cancer.
cancer, I can say.
So after the recovery of cervical cancer, women can get pregnant again, ma'am?
Pregnancy again depends, okay, because this I am not the right person to answer this question, because I think it is a gynecologist who can answer. But cervical cancer, you can have a sexual contact, I think, after the after the clearance of the chemotherapy and all those advices will be given by a doctor. Pregnancy on cervical cancer, I am not very sure, because I don't know. If it is a C-section, I think then still, if it is a young age, then I think doctor can go into, because breast cancer I've seen, once the breast cancer is cured, lady delivering the child.
Okay.
Cervical cancer, why I'm not sure, is because they give brachytherapy. So already that cervix is, already exposed for the radiations and all. So I'm not very sure about that. I think this question, Dr. Pooja would have answered better.
Okay.
I can get back to you, whoever has asked this. So just to send me a message, Monisha, if you have my number,
Okay, sure, ma'am.
just send me this question so that I can ask and answer you
Okay,
from
sure, ma'am.
one of our gynecologists.
Yes, ma'am, we'll do that.
Yeah.
So Jay ma'am will join ma'am now. Uh,
3 o'clock.
try
Yeah.
for now. Yes.
I'll just see if she's online.
Okay, ma'am.
I think Chandrakala had all these doubts, and I hope I'm clear.
Yeah, definitely, ma'am. You have cleared all my doubts.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ask, Dr. Sujaya will be speaking on AI, that is artificial intelligence. Anyway.
Yes.
Monisha, she's joining. I think one of you can admit her if she has joined. Monisha?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Dr. Sujaya is joining. If anybody can admit her if she's there, can you check? And
Yes.
she's already there, she said. I mean, she's logging in.
Hello. Hello. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Ma'am, good afternoon, ma'am.
Here it's good afternoon. There it's good morning. I
Yeah,
guess.
yeah.
Morning, ma'am.
Ma'am?
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Are we audible, ma'am?
Oh God.
Ma'am, is it audible?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you
Is the
hear
sound?
me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Is the sound okay? Is the sound okay?
Fine.
Give me one.
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
trying to share my screen. Give me 1 minute. Okay.
Before that, can we go ahead with an introduction, ma'am? Like we'll just
Yeah, no.
introduce.
Yeah, I wanted to show like I'm seeing yeah my interaction present now. Okay. So I need to open the okay. My PowerPoint. Are you able to see the screen? No, not yet.
No, we
Are
can
you see my screen? Are you able to see my
Now, if you
screen
Okay, give me 1 minute. Let me
present
figure it
now.
out. Okay, I'm in Google Meet. Okay.
ma'am, if you
So
go for present now and just share entire screen, and then we'll get your PPT also.
that's what I'm trying to do. Yeah.
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay. No, not mail. Yeah, give me 1 minute. Not mail. Okay. Closing this also. Window. Okay. I have this. Okay, I'm sharing. Okay. Are you able to see my screen now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I'm ready now.
Good afternoon, all.
Good
So I'm
afternoon.
here to introduce our guest speaker, Dr. Sujay Lakshmi from North Carolina, USA. Dr. Sujay Lakshmi Devaraya Samudram is promoted as an associate professor, tenure track in the Department of Nursing at North Carolina Central University, Durham, USA. She has over 44 years of experience in teaching. She has instructed students from district level and at various locations across the globe. In India, she worked at College of Nursing, Hyderabad, Kurnool, Andhra Pradesh. She also worked at Cervical College of Nursing, Bengaluru, Karnataka. And she is a recipient of the following certificates and certifications: that certificate in effective instruction, associate of college and university educator in 2018, certificate in effective college instruction, in micro credential in promoting engaged and active online program. In March 2021, she had an advanced certificate in effective college instruction from the Association of College and University Educators and the American Council of Education. She had done certificate inclusive teaching for equitable learning from the Association of College and University Educators and the American Council on Education. She had done the courses in mental health first aid instructor, and she received the following awards and recognitions: 3 decades of caring, Indian American Nurses Association of North Carolina 2017, faculty mentor for Food Lion Feeds NC Campus Collegiate Hunger Challenge winner in 2018, an outstanding volunteer award for excellence in service and leadership in the international education from North Carolina Association of International Educators in March 2020, and she is selected as a Great 100 Nurse of North Carolina for 2021. That's a great achievement, ma'am. And Daisy Award from NINA 2021, and Faculty Mentor NC Collegiate Hunger Challenge Social Media winner in 2022. And she's a volunteer award from North Carolina Association of International Educators, and contributions to Women Empowerment Award from North Carolina Central University 2023. We welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the kind introduction. I'm really happy to share like whatever the little knowledge what I know.
Thank
Feel
you so
free
much
to
for
ask me
sharing.
questions. If I don't know anything, I'll learn and tell you back. I'm a lifelong learner, and a lot of greetings from North Carolina Central University, from my family, and from all citizens from the US. I'm very proud and happy to share the knowledge what I gained in working in US to our own beloved Indian students, faculty, staff, and everyone. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, ma'am. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank you.
We are
It's a
privileged
privilege
to
for
have
having.
you privileged, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm just sharing my screen. So in case if you're not able to see it, kindly let me know.
It's visible.
It's visible. I'm
Yes,
trying
ma'am.
to
Yes.
move the slide. So, okay. Yeah, you're able to see my screen now. Next
Yes, ma'am.
change. Okay, wonderful. I figure it out like where to. Okay. So, our topic is artificial intelligence and healthcare. First of all, we should learn what is artificial intelligence. Have you heard this term? In the chart, kindly put it
Yes,
in.
ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. We have heard.
Yeah. So what did
Students
you?
can reply to the reply
Yeah,
to ma'am's questions in the chat box.
yeah, chat box, so that way we will know. I would like to have interactive presentation, not just speaking to computer or anything. So yeah, please try to put it in the chat, so that way. And how many of us are welcoming artificial intelligence? You can put it. Yes, I welcome. First of all, you write like whether you know about artificial intelligence, whether you are welcoming artificial intelligence to use in your day-to-day life and healthcare field. Write your answers in the chart, so we'll look at it. I heard people have raised their hands, so put it in the chart, so that way we'll be able to see it. Can someone read it for me? What did the students put it in the chart?
Yes, ma'am. They are interested and
Okay. Yeah, read the chart for me.
yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. We welcome AI in medical field from
Okay,
Sandhya.
wonderful. Wonderful. So I'm glad that you're welcoming the change. And if you see in a simple way, artificial intelligence is mainly the computer systems. They perform using certain algorithms. When they give the models, they use it. And we hear different terms in artificial intelligence. So we are going to learn about them. One is machine learning. So usually they provide reasons and take decisions instantly. So we are going to see all those in detail. Other type of artificial intelligence is they use learning. They call natural language processing, computer vision, robotics, and expert system. And the main thing is using big data, large data. So they see the patterns, they recognize, and there they come out with a solution to any problems. Artificial intelligence, you're seeing it everywhere, including health field, in our day-to-day life, agriculture, transportation, customer care, everywhere. It really helps a lot. Yeah, I saw somebody mentioned complex surgery and critical conditions. Yes, I agree. So if you see, can you give some examples in day-to-day life, how artificial intelligence is being used? Can somebody put it in the chat, please? Research. Very good.
Research.
Yeah. What I'm asking is day-to-day life. Like
Day
you
to
and
day.
me, everybody uses in artificial intelligence in our day-to-day life.
Google, ma'am.
Yeah, wonderful. Google, yes. Robotic surgery, gaming, yes. Google. In Google, yeah. Google, if you
Google,
now,
there is an option. Yes, ma'am. Artificial
yes,
intelligence.
yes. I'm able to see the chart. That's really good. Yeah,
Yes.
Chat GPT, wonderful. Somebody mentioned Chat GPT, educational purpose. Wow. Yes. What about agriculture?
Agriculture.
Yeah,
Yes,
agriculture.
ma'am.
Agriculture. Have you? Can you give some examples of agriculture, please? Agriculture. It's booming like anything. You all may be seeing, yeah, horticulture. What exact? Give some examples. You may see, you may get some WhatsApp messages or pictures, all those kind of things. Are we using enough? So many people for our, you know, harvesting. You see, agriculture within no time, people are using, yeah, controlling the weeds. They use the, dome and other things for cropping, for cutting,
For cropping, yes, ma'am.
yeah, harvesting, detecting any, weeds, removing weeds. They use drone so much, and they're using missions, thereby even food marketing. Yes, I agree that, even to take out, fruits and other things, they use missions. Wow, very good. Plant diseases, water usage. Yes, the water is controlled. It sprays, and particular time it comes. Wonderful. So yeah, you got a lot of yeah, product distribution, packing. Yeah, weather will analyze whether this a good time. I was seeing the other day, even in some Gulf countries, they're creating artificial rain. Have you heard that? They send some, you know, they're creating artificial, rain and other things. So, yes. Okay. Digital business. Wonderful. Okay. What about finance? Somebody mentioned finance. So give some example. Have you, did anybody get a alert, like fraud alert? Hey, did you
Yes,
use
ma'am.
this
Yes.
money? Yeah, did you use this money?
Then
Sometimes, yeah, we tell like
intensive
whether
predictions and forecasting.
forecasting also. Hey, your money is not there. Like if you're not having enough money, you may be
Yes.
charged. Lot of spam alerts in the emails.
Calculations.
Yeah, wonderful. Just I want to share one example. One of sometime back, my husband was using Twitter. Now, um, nowadays, somebody has created a similar this thing. So they were asking money, and some of his family, his relatives, they send money. Sometimes, whenever you are doing it, you need to be very careful. When somebody asks for it, always call the person and find out. Yes, a lot of fraud is going on. Now we are getting elections, so politics. The prediction, the survey, so much is going on. So artificial intelligence is everywhere. So I'm glad some of you mentioned that you are welcoming, yeah, improve fraud detection and other things. Wonderful. See, these are the three types of artificial intelligence, what commonly people use it. One is artificial, they call it as a narrow intelligence. Other one is general intelligence. Third one is super intelligence. How many of you you like super intelligence? Is it available now or is it in future? Super intelligence, general intelligence, narrow intelligence. So the name itself tells. So let us learn little more deeper about these three. I'm trying to control my mouse. Okay. So artificial intelligence, narrow intelligence, the name itself tells it's a used mainly narrow. The specific tasks, like now we have Siri, what's the time? Alexa, what is the weather like? We ask all these things. We ask so many questions, and we get. You all mentioned about Google Assistant, like especially in US, like before we go, we always need to check the weather. Sometimes it may be very cold, suddenly it may rain. So even we tell Alexa, play the music, like A.R. Rahman music, or whatever your favorite. So we ask all those things to perform specific tasks, and artificial intelligence, the narrow intelligence, it helps us to do it. And image recognition, like if somebody gets any hello, are you able to hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, just I wanted to make sure of that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Image, if any plant comes, just put your Google, it will detect like what is the plant, what is the, even what is the rate, how much is available. And language translation services, if you type, sometimes we dictate, so it naturally types. Sometimes people don't know, like uh, it takes more time to type, so it does it. Like when you're speaking, it recognizes text from one language to another language. Even many people are using phone, and they're able to understand the different languages, whichever they're not able to, they don't know, but it translates into the language. Just I want to give some examples. Here, we have a lot of refugees who come from different countries. So when they're here, it may be from Turkey, or it may be from Afghanistan, or different places. I've seen some of them, using their phone, smartphone, and then whenever when they ask, they put their question in their language, and then it translates to English, and they show us. And then we know like what it means. We see it, we read it, then we answer in English. It translates into the language. So that way, the communication gap, we are able to understand each other's language and needs and other things. So text from language, it really does it instantly. Thereby, it reduces the gap between, communication. You all mentioned about spam filters. They classify what is, spam, what is regular ones. That thereby, sometimes some messages, when it is coming, it may go to spam. What you have to do is, you have to tell, hey, this is not a spam. Put it in my regular, mail. Recommendation systems. When you're watching Netflix, sometimes it will tell, similar. They give recommendations. You don't have enough time to search for all the movies. So sometimes similar, interest of the movies. So it comes. And Amazon gives a lot of advice, and Spotify, even, similar of those things. So they see that behavior, our pattern, and then they give those examples. And regarding vehicles, smart vehicles, it gives like backup, the mirrors and other things, backing those. If any other vehicle comes close by, it gives a, hint, hey, you're very close by. Or if there is a police, car somewhere, they tell there is a traffic. So it gives a idea for us. Instead of, taking the route, it gives alternative route. My husband always encourages me to use the, GPS. Somehow, I don't like to, hear all the noises. I want to, but without the noises, I wanted to go. But it's really good. Like even if you know the same road, sometimes if there is a major accident, uh, if you cannot go on that road, it gives a different way to go. So it really helps a lot. Even though it's a simple thing, if you put it up, yeah, Tesla car. Yes, I agree. So much is, even drivers, without drivers, the vehicles comes and takes and go. A lot of things are coming up. And, yeah, some of these things, even though it's very simple, it's used for our day-to-day life, it helps us to reach our workplace on time. If you are going late to a workplace, so many people will be waiting for you. So all these, uh, simple things, it helps us to lead a comfortable life, and go from there. Other one is artificial intelligence, like general artificial intelligence. It's a potential goals. Some of those things still haven't come up. In future there may be possibility. they can't replace the human being as of now. So human level reasoning, like complex situations, make decisions, creative thinking, like getting new ideas, designs. Even they started writing literature, artwork, music. I think some of you might have changed your profile pictures. You look like a different, the pictures. Maybe your favorite heroine, like, your face will be there, but the dress, all those things are changing. Natural language. So engage in meaningful, yeah, somebody mentioned like deep flake. Yeah, fake. Meaningful conversations, comprehend complex text, autonomous learning. You learn. For example, some of this artificial intelligence, they have a tutor. You know, they give the conversations. The other day I was trying to talk to my pharmacy. They were asking me, why do you want to call the pharmacy? What is the reason? They give all the answers. So they engage very intellectual way and give us the information. Thereby, they reduce number of the workers or the calls. Common sense reasoning, apply and interpret. So these are the general artificial intelligence potential goals. Any questions so far? How are we doing?
Very nice, ma'am. It's really interesting.
Okay.
Deep information about AI.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing with an example.
Thank you.
Students are excited in the chat box.
Thank you. Get into our super intelligence. These are all hypothetical examples. I think you might have heard so much is going on in even in defense field, cone miling. Sometimes where there is a risk, people are not able to go like human beings, so it goes. So rapid problem solving, vast knowledge base, advanced creativity. In future, they want global optimization, predictive abilities, self improvement and evaluation, ethical moral reason. One difference now, the missions doesn't know, they don't have the feelings, they don't have the emotions, they can't decide whether it's good or bad. So the moral reasoning is not taking place. So future we wanted to have that. So very important one is see, now pandemics, people are not able to, sometimes they may be predicting some things, but in future they want to predict technological threats. Anything is happening, so with the risk mitigations, they want to do it. So these are all some of the hypothetical examples which are super intelligence. They're working on those aspects. Hope we'll get those benefits. See, always when there is good, there will be bad also. So we have to see like what works good and go from there. So we are moving on to the next aspect. We learn. So in general, if you see this picture, like artificial intelligence is like big one. In that there are two different components. One is machine learning, other one is deep learning. If you see what is machine learning is, it focusing on the machines to make decisions by feeding the data. You give the data, the machines will work on that. That's why we're able to see it like, the spams and other things. So the other subset of artificial intelligence is subset of machine learning that uses is neural networks to solve the problems. That way it's called deep learning. So let us learn these two. So let us see what is machine learning. It supports that, like we saw those things, like some of you mentioned some of the examples. In a disease, before it comes, early detection is always good, and support diagnostic process and increased access to care. Can you give some examples of machine learning? Whatever, I gave some examples here, but can you think of something? How how the machines use that, diagnostic process? Which are the common machinery we use? if something about tuberculosis, what do we do? How do we recognize tuberculosis?
What are the machine we used for diagnosis a disease like PET CT, PET scan, USG, echo?
Wonderful. Bepen, Mandal, good job. I'm so proud of you. Like X-rays, CT scan, PET scan, all those things. The machines will diagnose and we get the diseases. If there is a tuberculosis, or if there is any changes in the heart, even in cancers, we can detect those things. Diabetic retinopathy, Alzheimer's disease. So all these things, machine learning helps a lot. So what the machines learning do? They collect the data, they recognize the patterns, then they make the predictions and they help in decisions. Whether they, like you mentioned, like tuberculosis or maybe CT scans, if there is any brain tumor, and it helps in predictive analytical analytics for the disease diagnosis and prognosis also. So we see it like before, after treatment. Again, we see the X-ray whether there is any change. So we see those aspects. And sometimes, the genetics history, the lifestyle, you know, based on that, we predict, oh, this person is taking so much alcohol, or this person is lifestyle like smoking, alcohol, sedentary life. They tell if you continue like this, you have risk factor of developing even disease. Which helps in electronic health records. So what they do is they analyze the clinical notes and discharge summaries, even panel reports. So they come with drug discovery development. We talked about, who are all the potential candidates, what is the optimizing drug properties. So all these can be done. And genomics is a big one. It's is recommendation, ophthalmology. So much is, can be discovered, can be identified and diagnosed. Remote monitoring, you have given examples like, telemedicine, telenursing, even they can detect in case if somebody is getting heart attack, depending on their vital science information. If somebody, they can predict if somebody can get seizures. So by remote monitoring and wearable devices, health operations and resource management, you may be seeing like some of the nurses like Apple and Ma'am and other people are there. So where they do a lot of staff scheduling, bed optimum utilization. This artificial intelligence, they help us like, hey, two beds are being discharged in one particular unit. So in case if there is two admissions, immediately they will tell, okay, you can be admitted at particular time, maybe 10 o'clock, because these two people will be leaving, so these people can come there. So they can plan all these things, patient admission rates, optimizing utilization of hospital beds, improving staff scheduling. If there's less staff, who are all the people like waiting, and maybe they are in reserve list. Even healthcare cost can come down because of this. They can recognize any frauds or anything happening. So those are the examples in deep learning. I think some of you mentioned about these things like, even before, when I was long back, when I was a student, we were struggling to identify the veins. No, not everybody has a good veins. So this vein finding makes us very easy to detect the veins. Cardiopulmonary assessment, the monitoring systems, and bladder scan. All these things, some of the examples, what you are seeing. And we discussed AI in day-to-day life. It's like a, like a um, revision. Yeah, somebody mentioned about clinical trials. Yeah, drug instead of using laboratory animals. Yes. Sometimes they try with the laboratory animals, and once maybe it all depends on the type of medicine what they're trying out. Virtual assistants we talked about, personalized random recommendations we covered, smartphone home devices. Yeah, we talked about all these things. So yeah, you see so much is there in artificial intelligence in day-to-day life. Manufacturing robots, they do it nowadays. What I saw the other day, there were wearing some things, for lifting the patients. We use all the, before we were lifting and hurting our bags. Now we have so much of the, machinery. Smart assistants are there, healthcare management, even financial, investing. Like sometimes they tell if the, they give the money, they tell if it works, if anything, depending on their the stock market, they can work on that. So they give the commands. Even automation, like we tell, like our EMI, maybe your home loan or car loan, automatically it goes. So thereby, you don't pay any penalty. Social media monitoring, all those things. Sometimes you'll be wondering like, how do they know? Like they recommend. If you look for if you're looking for some, maybe some skin product, maybe lipstick, or maybe some creams or something. After some time, when you see, you get so many emails of that. Like people, monitor your behavior. You know, there, yeah, thereby you get those. If you're looking for some fresh vegetables or something, it gives those things. These are the areas where you get it. So benefits of AI, like it mimics human intelligence. It improves productivity. The machines, they do it so fast. Assist in decision making, reduces human error. When people are working for longer period, they feel tired until unless a breakdown or something has happened. So AI can reduce the handles big data very easily, especially when anything to be repeated, repetitive tasks automates very easily. They do these things. So these are some of the benefits. Some other benefits, they enable digital assistants, like we have chatbots, customer service, simple queries. If you need simple queries, it gives the answers. Hazardous tasks like coal mining, I was explaining, sea exploration, rescue operations in natural disasters. So there may be, they may be able to help us in that. And another thing is they are available 24 by 7, anytime you require. They are productive all the time, not like human beings, like when you are tired, sometimes the productive level may differ. You think artificial intelligence has some limitations? Yes, it has, because it needs specific tasks, specific data, specific scenarios, which they are trained. So somebody has to, provide this data, train, create all the algorithms and other things and all. And sometimes, it doesn't differentiate. So there may be a lot of chances like the data is being used. So HIPAA violation happening, and data security and breaching. All the data can be, breached, and privacy is lost. So these are some of the limitations, and some disadvantages are there. When to use, it's not that common, so it needs a high cost. So a lot of money is involved, and it cannot think outside the box. As I said, it's not human, so there is no empathy, there is no feelings, there is no ethics. Algorithm needs, sometimes it may have bias because of the bad data. And in case, think of, in case if automation is there, weapons, then, there may be a lot of crimes and killing and, wars, so much. And instead of so many people, it performs so well. So human, the job loss can be there. Cyber security threats. So these are some of the disadvantages. When compared with disadvantages, pros and cons. So there is a lot of advantages are there. So that's why still we are going ahead with artificial intelligence. But what we have to do is we have to work and overcome these problems like ethics and HIPAA and more human feelings, those kind of things. Many times, many people are afraid that artificial intelligence, because of this, it takes up our, jobs. But, you know, it will not be completely stopping everyone to work. Somebody need to work. So what we have to do is we need to know like how to get those skills, because future is changing. So we have to get the training, thereby we are good at our jobs, like future jobs. At present, if you're not embracing the change, you will be stand still, you cannot progress. So we need to accept in that aspect and move on. So you can see all this, whatever we discussed, x-rays and just ECG monitoring, all those tumors. So you get it, remote monitoring, wearables, all. So in this, you see, we are getting flu vaccines. In US, we get every season, flu. As a healthcare personnel, we are all mandated to have flu. So it forecasts when the flu season will come. So usually they give the time, like, hey, flu season has started, so it will be starting soon. So get the vaccine. So the machine learning models, they forecast when the flu season comes and when to start, when to get our, vaccines. Thereby we can prevent our outbreaks and spread. Okay, I see a lot of students, yeah, in nursing education. In US, we use so much of simulation, simulation. So before working with patients, ICU patients or, with BLS and other things, we work in simulation lab. We call it as in our NCCU, we have a lab. We call it as a Eagle General Hospital. So when students, there are, we have mannequins, we call high fidelity, low fidelity. So they talk, they respond. So we work on simulation and virtual reality. Sometimes, they can replicate client scenarios, allows the student to progress, to practice critical thinking, decision making, clinicals in a safe environment before they get into the ICU and other places. They learn these things. Thereby, if they're confident, they can practice. They can do a mistake in the lab, not in the real patients. And the other thing is, not everybody learns in the same way. We may have some people are auditory learners, or maybe some are tactile, and some are like parents, everything. So depending on their personal learning, they learn differently. So depending on the students' learning styles, they give those things. If somebody is like a virtual, like visual learners, they give more of, watching some movies and, videos. Or if they have hands-on, they give some scenarios and workout. So depending on the need, they give a lot of support to improve their students, the outcomes. Intelligent tutoring is there and give the feedback. So they have virtual tutors, they provide feedback and guidance. So they give, like for example, in the chart, if you give the information, it gives the interactive explanations. They support understanding. They break down the complex concepts into simple and help them to understand and learn effectively. Data analysis and predictive analytics in nursing curriculum, the data. So always curriculum development, we take the data, why students are not performing, which areas they need to improve, how they have to work on. So all those data helps us to identify where is the knowledge gap. We work with practice people like administrators, and we get the feedback. We get feedback from the students who are graduated, so our alumni. So the people who are working, so we tell like, hey, what are the areas you want to be improved, like we didn't learn from the school. So these are the areas. So we get the feedback from them, from administrators, and we see what is the trend going on in health field. So we try to incorporate and tailor our education strategies based on this data. So this data and it analyticals, it helps us to plan our curriculum. Thereby we can prepare our future nursing, nursing force. Assistive devices, client monitoring, medication administration, care coordination, all those aspects, they can learn and prepare and work in the future when they're performing. We use some um, resources. We call it as ATI and some other, publishers. So they help us, like we have Shadow Health, Cervical, some of those things. So the students, if they're big, they can progress. They have to read, identify, and answer. And they have to, one person is discharged by personnel by working on those aspects. Even when they come to the labs, they work with the fidelity, high fidelity, those mannequins, and learn. Then they will be going to the experiences in real life. Not everybody gets the experiences, so at least they can practice in the lab. So thereby, when they go to reality after the graduation, then that helps. So they will be more competent, more caring, and more confident in working with the healthcare field. How are we doing? Any questions? We're almost coming to the end. Okay, what is the? Yeah, am I hearing anything?
Ma'am, will AI replace the human healthcare providers?
It will not be. We have to learn some skills. Thereby, we have to work on. The number of people may be reduced, but it will not be completely replaced. That's what a lot of people are having, whether AI replaces the human workforce. We have to learn the skills. Yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
mass unemployment, that's what people are, we are afraid of, that, but we have to learn those skills, and we have to work and we have to work on those
Yes,
aspects.
ma'am.
Yeah, let me give an example. Like, for example, when I was a student, I didn't know about health informatics. Now we have informatic nurses. That's a big change. And a lot of,
Yes, ma'am.
space nursing. So much is going on with space nursing. So people can go in those aspects. And health informatics and see, yeah, what you have to do is we have to use their support, and thereby, work should be. We need to work smarter than harder and learn those skills.
Is AI is safe in surgery, ma'am?
Yeah, robotic surgeries, they're being used. Robotic surgeries, when people, some of the surgeries takes place for long hours, maybe like 20 hours, 30 hours. So people will be tired, and sometimes we may not be able to get in very deeper. So some of those, we are using those probes and other things, we are taking help. But ultimately, the decision maker,
Yes, ma'am.
they help, they support, but ultimately we have to handle. And definitely we need to learn these things. That's why we are teaching these aspects. Hey, don't be afraid, work on those aspects.
Ma'am, but
Yes,
if
ma'am.
the AI has got an impact on the surgeries like robotic surgery recently that has taken place in USA, so it has harmed the patient. So
Yeah,
AI has got how reliable it is, and in human life treatment or
yeah.
surgeries.
More like that. So my suggestion, my simple, my perspective is we have to go with the flow. Otherwise, you will be stand still. You will be standing where you are. You cannot progress. So, whole world is changing. When you are accepting in real life, that's why I brought it out operations, increase efficiency, thereby reduce cost. As Monica was mentioning, there may be some chances like, harming. So, how many success were there? How many harmful are there? Even there is a harm. We have to see like what happened, what is the reason. Again, there is a research and discovery, like what was the problem, how it can be solved. So thereby they cannot do the mistake again. So mistakes can happen. Either it's a human error or mission error. What we have to do is we have to learn a lesson, and then thereby we have to prevent them in future. As I was mentioning about ethical considerations, there is a or there may be something like you call the person and they will be having an engagement, like you want like interactions. We are missing that human interactions because of our busy schedules. Families are not able to spend that much time, or everybody has their own personal interest. You may be seeing families sitting with their own computer, with their own cell phones, even though they're sitting together, but even while eating, family time, we are missing those kind of interactions and sharing and caring. So what we are getting is from others. That's why, you see, people are not having real friends, like where they go and meet. They may have hundreds of, yeah, even some people have thousands of people, like in the Facebook and other social medias. So they are replacing and they are giving that kind of support. So we are seeing a lot of changes happening in the future with relation to AI. Somebody mentioned about ChatGPT. I'm glad that you guys are familiar with that. So ChatGPT is one of the big thing. It's going on now. So it developed by OpenAI. So they use language model. Their purpose is text, conversational. If you ask a question, it will give the answer. So it can understand and generate human-like text-based input. So you can get the input. It's the generative pre-trained, that GPT is generative pre-trained transformer architecture, text-based or internet-based. So you get those aspects in ChatGPT. So there's a lot of improvement is happening. So it gives us, like, for example, if I have to do, hey, what are the key concepts if I have to teach about AI in this workshop or in this presentation? It gives the examples. So if I need more, I have to get into more deeper. Yes, somebody mentioned novel drug system. Yes, thank you. Thank you for sharing. See the picture, and sometimes, you may be seeing like instead of that person, somebody else. They may be, like like presidents and prime minister, chief ministers, somebody, fake ID and fake thing they create. They even language, even speaking, they put it up. So ChatGPT engage conversations in like human like. I think I have finished all my content. Thank you very much for your patience listening and interactive participation. It's open for question answers. I'm stopping my sharing. Kindly ask your question.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
How robotics will help in future? Robotics AI. Is there any chance is helping in army or any medical field? Robotics robot.
Medical field, definitely it's helping. In defense also, I'm hearing like, things are happening in future. Yeah, definitely. Robotic surgery, yeah, it's happening. Any other questions? This is the last session for today. Happy World Health Day. It was April 7th. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am,
Thank you,
and
ma'am.
wish you the same.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ma'am, one more doubt.
Yeah.
How about the unemployment, ma'am? Once the AI is developed too much,
As I told you, when something is happening, something else, and some other, things will be there where, all these missions, somebody has to
develop.
develop. So what we have to do is we have to learn those techniques and educate ourselves. Number of people may be reduced, but it may not be completely. You can't really, overnight you can't stop. It's for us. So not everybody. Like for example, how many of us are using wearables? Tell me. We have to monitor our own data. Not everybody is doing wearables. They cannot provide the data. Everybody cannot do it. So yeah. We have the, many people when it came, always, it brings the apprehension, new things brings the apprehension, lot of, fear, unknown. So that's why people are little bit scared. I know machines have replaced. Like for example, when polyester came, a lot of our cotton industry has spoiled because it's easier to wash and cheaper, all that. The plastic has replaced so much. Still, people value them.
Ma'am, like according to you, what is your opinion? This young generation people, which profession they can prefer? Like, how do they like? How you want them to focus?
Yeah, always look for the trend, and always I tell what your heart says. Like for example, if you are geriatric person, if you are pediatric, get into that, but always continue your learning. So there are so many fields are there now. Even here, space. People are going to space. Nurses are needed for space. Nurses are needed for all fields. Wherever human beings are there, where health is there, nurses are needed. So in the US we have like health informatics. Even in health informatics, even in drug industry, people are working in the research. Nurses are working in research to collect the data, clinical trials. So much is there. They can choose like whatever they like, but always look up what is the trend, what's going on, where you want to go. Like for example, if they want to go big hospitals, what is the recruitment? So that gives, when you search for the data, what are the newer recruits, which post they were having, so they can look up those things.
Ma'am, another question. How this hospital systems drive efficiencies and success with this AI?
So they have to train people, their own personnel, before they bring any new changes. Always, prepare our staff, prepare their minds, and give them the support. So always there will be champions who learn. So they should have their own champions whom they can reach and get the training. See, in the trainings, not everybody gets it at the time. So there should be different types of learning, and maybe they need to have some manuals or some videos or something so they can learn on their own. So let them get the confidence and bring the change slowly, not overnight. So inform the people, involve with the people in the decision making. Always, we call it as shared governance. That's very much needed. Thereby, people will accept and move on. And there will be some people who are resisting, but over a period of time, when they see everybody, always bring the success people. Like, hey, I used it. It's difficult, but I was able to do. So when people see it, like when so and so used it, why can't I use? I too can use it. So they start working on that.
Okay, ma'am. Another question. What insights and competitive advantages can be obtained by adding AI into our workflow?
Definitely, there's a lot of advantages because the data can be analyzed, predicted, and it helps in solving. It gives you a quick response. It helps us to get the concepts, and it increases the efficiency. But we need to use it wisely. That's again another thing. Use your judgment, use your critical thinking, but get the support, the data.
And then, what are the best practices for AI in healthcare, ma'am?
Best practices is as I mentioned, like for example, using the bladder scan. If I don't know like how to use it, so there are some devices. Instead of going by routine, use the devices wisely. And for example, like genetic counseling and all is happening, so some of the nurses, like they can be like genetic, like nurse practitioners. They can take up that counselors in that field, genetic field. So they can use different skills, but always get trained, get the confidence, get the competency,
Yes,
get the
ma'am.
training, and work on.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, one need to have that willpower, the zeal, the interest to work on, because it needs extra time, extra efforts. Once you get it, it becomes easier. In the beginning, it may be a lot of hardships, but we have to work on.
Ma'am, one more doubt.
Yeah.
Which clinical and business operations are best for AI operations right now, ma'am?
As I told you, like informatics and diagnostics, like lab, and yeah, surgical field.
Okay, ma'am.
What I feel like every area people are using it now, so very happy to see all of you, like your faces, the pictures. I want to thank Upasana ma'am for giving me this opportunity, and Manisha for helping me to, organize this. And first of all, I want to thank Apollin ma'am for giving me this connection. And thank you all the students, faculty, staff, and everyone for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, thank you. You all made my day. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
ma'am.
you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, thank you.
We are really blessed and grateful to have you. And thank you for taking this session in a beautiful way. And thank you, ma'am, for sharing such a great insight with all of us. Really privileged. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Please hold on.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Today we
Ma'am,
gain
please hold
such
on. We
knowledge
have
about AI.
principal.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Ma'am,
ma'am.
please stay for a few more minutes. I would like to request our respected principal, Mrs. Purvini, ma'am, to come
Yeah.
forward and honor the speakers of today's session.
Okay.
Can I have Pauline ma'am and Dr. Sujayam, sorry, Taya ma'am and Pujasri ma'am on the screen? Am I audible?
Yes.
Pauline ma'am? Apulin ma'am, Thaya ma'am,
Pooja ma'am.
I to please come on the screen for a few minutes.
Not maybe some urgent work, maybe busy. It's okay.
Taya ma'am is okay. Apulin ma'am, Taya ma'am has joined. Pooja. Pooja ma'am and
If you have told them starting.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening.
Good evening, all. I am Purvini, principal of Raghavendra College of Pharmacy. I would like to thank who contributed their who contributed their time to our webinar. First, I would like to thank our CEO, ma'am, Upasana Chincholi, who has organized this seminar for us. Thank you, ma'am. Next, Apolline, ma'am. I hope she is there. It was a such sight listen to you, and we find out how exactly to deal with the health issues. Thank you, Apolline, ma'am. Next, nutrition and dietitian Pooja ma'am session. I am sure all the young nurses and pharmacists picked up one or few clues from this session. Thank you, ma'am. Nowadays, cervical cancer is the most trending cancer that we women are struggling nowadays more. Thank you very much, Pooja ma'am, to this awareness program. Next, last but not the least, Sujaya ma'am. In spite of the time difference also, she gave her valuable time. Thank you, ma'am. And looking forward to many more webinars. Now, not to forget all the people who moderated the webinar, Monisha and Dr. Nitya, who made the functions smooth function of entire webinar. Thank you, Monisha and Nitya. My technical team, Bijoy and Parthiv from Surya College of Pharmacy for their technical help. And also audience, without whom webinar doesn't have been possible. Thank you so much for all.
thank you, respected principal madam. Thank you, everyone. I hope students, all of you all got great information. Today's webinar was useful, and I hope you guys will follow or you will practice and implement each and every knowledge that has been gained through this webinar. And I'm grateful and thanking once again all the experts who have shared their knowledge. And thank you for your commitment and time, giving us the valuable time. Thank you once again, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Bye, ma'am.
Bye.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
What's the
Okay, bye bye.